Welcome to Patrick Roberts, Our New Timeline.
Hey guys, welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? And as always, good evening, Chappelle. Bolt Gun, welcome. And I started this 3 days ago. I am going to be doing a shout out of truther channels that y'all should be sub to. Because they give good information out. So I think we should all be doing this. But I am going to be giving a shout out, and I have a new channel I added. Who he's just started doing content, and that is Bolt Gun, who is in the chat tonight. These are the people that are putting info out as we speak. Algo, Brian Stavely, Truth Seeker 69, Shark to Call No, System Failure 2, High Impact Flicks, Dabu 77, Jesus Freak Computer Geek, Rachel Rinstar, Tommy Tell the Truth, Quantum of Conscience, Texas Danny, Creek Mary, JW, and he does serve great food, Karen B, Born Again Veteran, Enter the Stars, The Plain Truth, and there's another one I just added to it too that I watch a lot more. You know, I know I'm missing a bunch of them, but another great truther channel is Many Fish, and I gotta get them written. I gotta get them written in the book, but I'm sub to some of those. I'm very picky on truther channels. Some of those, no, thank you. So yeah, them are the ones that I haven't run into any problems with them. Been watching them for quite a while, and there is before we get started and I have anybody on, I do want to show it's a great rap song. I'm normally not into rap, but this song I think should be spread around. Hey Trev, I'm going to do a screen share here. Over here. All right. Hopefully we got good internet going tonight, and we will test it out. But listen to this song.
It's the 2nd of March, 2021. I do pray you're all well. Haven't been over here in a while. I do hope you all realize I have another channel that I have uploaded to recently. But today I just wanted to share this with you. These are some brothers right here. Brothers in Christ all the way. And I'm not one who's ever been a big fan of rap music. I really haven't. But these guys do some powerful stuff. And the rap music industry today is one of the most damaging, especially to our young people. And these guys turn the tables, man, literally, and slam it back at them. And I think they do a good job. They did a video, these guys and this other channel called Born Again Veteran, another believer. I've seen them around. I don't know any of them personally, but I do know they're brothers, and that's all I need to know. And that these guys' skills are powerful to turn the minds of some people. So I'm going to share this video with you guys. And plus, I'll leave you a link to both the original and the redone version, so you can share this with people that you know that may be fans of rap music, and let the Lord do the work that he does. I'm just moved in the spirit to post this for you guys today. Enjoy it, share it, go show these guys some love, go show Born Again Veterans some love, and God bless each and every one of you. Peace and grace to you. Many faith.
A new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be.
Your faith and trust in Christ, and lean not on your own understanding, because times are critical. Peace grace to all of
you. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to skip it. Wake up from the coma. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to shake the bed. Shit, wake up from the coma. Reporting live from the apocalypse. I pray to the Most High for the strength, truth, and knowledge. Deliver us from this bondage. Give us the discernment. Bless us with a full armor. We at war with the ones who monopolize against our kind, the ones that they ostracize. Beware of the Pharisees and scribes, the ones that you idolize. Open up your eyes and rise. I think it's time to shake their bed. Wake up from their coma. Resurrection from the dead. Give your life and repent. Circumcise your heart, take that walk, become born again. I put it on my vitals to all my rivals that worship idols. You're going backwards like the Nile. All this knowledge I've compiled. The truth is in the Torah. We're living in the days of Noah. Better wake up, 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 wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to shake your bed. Wake up from the coma. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to shake the bed. Wake up from the coma.
Yo, wake up, wake up. Y'all eating and drinking fake stuff. Chemical agents modify your DNA while you participating in the abominable rituals, Kabbalistic sigils. Everywhere you turn, let the flag burn. Put your ashes in the urn. Burn America, burn. There was a fire burned down the corporation. Heard it was the Freemasons. Got you wearing masks like Jason. Sacrificing for initiation, manifestation. Let him walk you to the basement. Lace you with the Satan. Hybridization. I'll be studying like Bereans. I say the revelations. Back to Ephesians. Send it in like a baptism. My God crosses on Vaticans and alchemists. That's a Nephilim up in the Guinness. That's a script that they give us. God deliver us.
Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to shake their bed. Wake up from the coma. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Better wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to shake the bed. Wake up from the comas.
Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the
and
power
in
of
the power of his might.
put on the
Put
whole
on the whole
armor of God,
that
that
ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
For
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood,
but
but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God.
So, what'd you guys think of that? Oops. I gotta
It's
go.
the 2nd of March, 2021. I do pray you're all well.
All right. So, what'd you? It has a good message. Yes, that's why I played it. Much love to everyone. Really, one heard if I listen. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, I thought it had awesome message. That's why I played it. So now we get to the good stuff, and but I do have a special guest coming on, and as soon as he grabs that link, Mr. Bolton will be my special guest tonight, and any other guest that wants to pop on. No, there's a link, Bolton. You're more than welcome to come in. Lovely Patrick, Rick. Hey, what did I miss? You missed a great song. Rewind it. And I see Boltgun trying to come in here. Hey, Boltgun.
Hey, Patrick, you got me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Doing good, man. How about you?
Yeah. I'm doing good. Welcome. Sorry I'm running a little late. I know I said I'd try to get on by 9:30, but I did not get any of my errands done. I fell asleep.
Yeah, I figured you got tied up there a little bit. Ain't no big deal, man. I ain't got nothing I got to get up for tomorrow. Well, I like I said, hell, I get up 4 o'clock in the morning anyway.
Yeah, that's what time I got to get up, about 4 o'clock. And then when I get home, I got to get that running around done so we can get my little studio thing finished tomorrow. And tomorrow night, I will be streaming from a new location. I'm so excited for you guys to see what we've done.
Hell, I'm excited to see it, man. Because I've been kind of, I like that thing old Photo Helix had, man, where he had that painted in the background. But like I said, I'm not artistic at all, man. That's one thing right there. I don't know how to do. I don't have an artistic bone in my body.
You ever see Suso's background? He has all the memorabilia, like different stuff from Sports and Mandela Effect. He had all kinds of stuff in the background, which was
Suso.
Really,
he's got a neat setup there, man. He looks like one of them guys in them old science fiction movies, with all that electronic shit sitting around that boom mic and all that stuff glowing and everything sitting around.
Well, yeah, now he's got all the computers running and stuff. Yeah, he's got.
One night watching him play some kind of poker, Texas Hold'em or something. He had a live stream going.
Hey, Esther. I wanted to let you guys know that in a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, remember when I did the drawing for Creek Mary, made a Shaw for for whoever I drew out of the pot. So I saved all them names. Everybody who has donated, I saved all their names, and I will be doing something special in about 2 or 3 weeks. I'm going to be drawing. I haven't decided whether to do 3 or 5 winners yet. I'm trying to figure out how to do this, but it's a little something to say thank you to everybody who helped me out. I want to try to involve as many people as possible to have a little fun and hopefully
Uh-oh. Is Patrick froze or is it me on my end? Yeah, Walter, if you can hear me, man, they call that accent hillbilly around here where we're from. Just that everybody talks like this when you get down into Appalachia. Yeah, it must be on Patrick there because he just dropped out. Hey, Rick, good to see you, man. Trev, Chia, Chappelle, Esther, Glenn. Hey, here's Patrick.
I'll tell you, we'll get a good night in without this thing freezing up. So, what was the last thing you heard me say?
Said you wanted to give a shout out to the people that had helped you out, and that was about it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be doing a drawing. Like I said, I don't know if you heard this part or not, but I haven't decided whether to do 3 or 5 winners yet. I'm trying to decide still what to do. But yeah, I'm just trying to show my appreciation to everybody who helped me out. Have a little fun and have a drawing or something. So yeah, I kept all the names, and that's what I'm thinking about. So yeah, we're getting closer to that. I mentioned I wanted to do something like that, and we're gonna do it in about 2 or 3 weeks. Hey, Catherine, you shouted out to chat here.
Yeah, I shout. Well, I was reading them off, and then you popped back in, and I quit. I got up to I think Trev, she or Chappelle there, just reading up from the bottom. We got a Catherine M in there now, and there's some more. I'm sure it says you got. Well, wait a minute. Oh man, I'm over on my computer now. See, I can't even type in the chat when I'm in here.
Is your computer froze or what?
No, there's no place when I join your stream. I've got private chat and comments. In private chat, I've got a bar down here I can type in. When I go into comments, I can't type nothing in chat, and I got to fire my phone up so I can type in chat and talk to people when I'm in here with you. But on like Sunday night like this, I'm lucky I got enough bandwidth to be able to stream with you.
Yeah, too many people using it. Too many people at home probably using it.
No, there's just me and my wife here, and when I do this, she just watches. We got some of the older movies. We got like Secondhand Lions and some of the older Abbott and Costello movies and stuff. We've watched them 100 times, but it's the only thing we can stand to watch. And she just puts one of them in a DVD player and watches it. But what's the matter is where we live is the population's so sparse down through here in this road to live on. We live down in this holler. You can't get none of the dish things, you know, like most people's got that live in the country. It's too, and I live in the bottom of this holler. So they just got one phone line comes in here and they try to, there's 2 or 3 of us down here on this line, you know, down this road. And the phone company guy, when he was here, he just told me, he said, your internet's gonna suck. He said, there's 3 people down here. He said, they're not going to spend $600,000 on one of them things down there. He said, they ain't going to do it for 3 people, man. And just the way this all turns out, it's bad. So we're looking into it looks like a gun, kind of. And there's supposed to be a local provider over here. It's got a tower up on one of these ridges. And I'm supposed to be able to go up here on the ridge behind my house up in a tree or something and get this thing to pick that up, and we can have decent internet for about I think it's about $80 a month. And I don't know, hell, we're probably paying 50 or 60 now for something that won't even work.
Yeah. They're good at nickel and diamond, you know.
Yeah.
Pay $60, it'll be extra little $20 here and extra 20 there.
Yeah. It'll be worth it. I enjoy this. Getting here, like I said, like we was talking about just about all the time, this is the only contact we've got with other people that will even listen and be able to understand what we're saying. It's a hell of a note.
So let's see, we got 8 people in chat, or 8 people in the room. Where is everybody tonight? It's Sunday night. Everybody should be still wide awake.
Yeah. I don't know what all else is fired up and is on tonight. Yeah, Walter, we got a bunch of them Indian mounds around here. If you look up Serpent Mound, that's kind of to the west of me, that big old snake eating that egg down there. And then they got Mound City group and of the Hopewell culture. And that Hopewell culture, there ain't no Indians or group of people around here or nothing named Hopewell. Heck, I got to looking into that, and it's all bullshit. It's the name of the guys that owned the farm that they started finding that all them artifacts on and stuff. And you can walk around, well, not so much down in here in these hills, but you get on up in the flat ground. I mean, it's down here. I go out ride my 4-wheeler on these old logging roads and back in these coal mines and stuff. And hell, you can find these hieroglyphs. Well, whatever they call them things that they scratch in the rocks and stuff, them ancient people did. And that stuff's all over the place around here. And got that petroglyphs, that's what they call them. And then hell, right up 35 here, got that Leo petroglyph. But there's a lot of that Indian stuff around here. This place is a battlefield. I mean, you going up there, and I worked ground up there for farmers. I plowed and disc for them and stuff like that. And them airheads and stuff are all over the place. That's a battlefield up there. That wasn't from hunting. There was a great big war up there. Fighting them giants and everything. Our old feller, I thought he was crazy. He said they won't let you dig in them Indian mounds because there's giants buried in them. He said it ain't because they don't want you in there disturbing them Indian artifacts and stuff. He said they don't want you to know them giants is in there they killed a long time ago, but I was a kid and thought he was nuts. I don't know. Can't remember that guy that does that research, L.A. Marzulli or somebody says that those mounds are shaped like they are because they buried them in the seated position with their legs folded, like them Buddhist things set. They just had their legs folded like that and had their sword laid in their lapping their arms crossed, and they're just kind of leaned over and buried them like that. But that kind of explains a lot of them arrowheads they find that they say were decorative or ornamental because they're too big. They're, and there's spear points made out of stone that are just way too big and stuff like that. And they said they were ceremonial and ornamental. But when you get to looking how labor intensive that is, to set and nap, because they nap at, they literally just take a piece of, I watch them guys make them arrowheads. They take a wooden or a deer antler about that long, and they take a big copper pipe cap and put on the end of that. And they take that piece of copper and wrap that stone with it and chip in pieces off. And then when they get down to the fine work, they've got a piece of antler, or they take a piece of leather and wrap it around a piece of wood or antler or something. And they got that down on a piece of leather here on their leg, and they just put pressure on that and just snap them pieces off. And a guy's good at making them arrowheads. A little one, it'll take him a half an hour to make one, and somebody that ain't very good takes 3 or 4 hours. And one of them great big ones, they'll work on it for days. And who in the world would, in a time like that when you're trying to survive and protect yourself and fighting them wars, that sit around and make something you can't even use that would take you a month? It don't make any sense, especially when food's so hard to come by and stuff. You're not going to burn the calories wasting your time on something like that. We're the only dumbass people that ceremoniously make an effigy of something that's worthless to signify something that's so great. I mean, it's a crazy thing we do.
Yeah, oh, hey, Algo. I just put the link out there, Algo, if you want to jump in. So what you drinking there, Bull Gun? Is that tea?
Nah, it's a RC cola.
I picked you as a tea guy, like iced tea.
Yeah, I drink. My wife, there's 2 pitchers of iced tea over there in the fridge. I'll switch over to that in the summertime. I can't hardly stand to drink that pop in the summertime. That RC's the only thing I'll drink anymore, man. That Pepsi and Mountain Dew and stuff. What I found out about that stuff, I stayed away from it, man.
I don't really drink sodas. But I do like RC. But if I start drinking a soda and I get to thirsties, I will keep guzzling that shit till it's all gone. Hey, Algo, what's up?
Hey, Patrick, what's up, Bull Gun? How are you?
I'm doing good, brother. How about you, man? It's good to see you.
I'm doing fine. I had an amazing motorcycle ride today. Put about 140 miles on the bike. Got a little sunburn up in Colorado. It was 70 degrees almost. It was a good day.
Yeah, me and the old ladies, we'll be getting ours out tomorrow.
And then
60.
Smurfer Girl Whatevs told me you were live, Patrick. So here I am.
Awesome. I didn't even see Smurfer Girl pop in here.
She's probably not here yet, but she pays attention.
How
are you, Patrick?
Doing good. Catherine says, how are you liking your new apartment? Thanks for being in the panel, Bull Gun. You have a lot of knowledge. Nice to hear, Algo, too. Hey, Country B. I actually do love the new apartment now that I'm starting to get settled in. As I was telling Bull Gun earlier on his channel, I'm kind of starting to go through that little loneliness now because I'm here by myself. And it's just a never-ending story. You just cannot be happy no matter what, right? No, but it's very peaceful, and this is actually the way I like it. You know, just peaceful. Nobody to bother me.
Right. No, that's fantastic. And I kind of think as we go through changes in our life, no matter what they look like, if we can find gratitude and any kind of appreciation for wherever we are, things go a lot smoother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Smurfer girl. Fancy seeing you here, Algorithm.
Yeah, she's the one that hit me that you were streaming tonight. So, hey, Smurfer, nice to see you.
Hey, you're more than welcome to come on, Smurfer girl. The link is in the chat, and if you can't find it, it's right here. So yeah, I was telling everybody earlier that in about 2 or 3 weeks, I am going to be holding, like, I kept all the people who donated to me, and I kept the from when I raffled off Creek Mary's Shaw, kept everybody's name in that bucket. So I want to do something special. So I will be doing something in about 2 or 3 weeks. It'll be like another raffle, but this time we'll have, like, I don't know. I haven't figured out. It'll be either 3 or 5 winners.
Cool. And I'll tell you what, if you can catch me offline, either on my channel's comments or I could just give you my email right now. If you got a pen and paper, I will donate either the Novak's Life or the medically exempt t-shirts from my Teespring store to you so we can send them out to people.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah. I think I got a pen somewhere around here.
Write it down. So
I know I got my trusty notebook.
Get your notebook. When
Hey,
you get
Jennifer.
the pen.
Good to see you in the chat, Jennifer.
Yeah, Jennifer Kiesling is.
Yeah,
All
she's
right.
a regular.
All right, I'll go.
Okay, nobody else write this down. It's MG Steele, Steele, at Proton.
You cut out at what?
ProtonMail.com.
Proton,
TON.
Proton
Mail.com.
I never heard that one before, Proton.
And if everybody else wrote it down or they hear it back in the chat and you send me emails, it's fine. I'll say hi. So.
Y'all can have mine. It's Patrick Roberts 572 @ Got that?
Patrick Roberts 572. There you go.
Well, I got it. It's Patrick Roberts 572. No,
Charlie.
it's yeah, Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown teacher, yeah, man.
Patrick Roberts 572 @ gmail.com. And my phone number is 715-30. No.
Well, yeah, but we're like past that place of hiding, right?
Right.
Things are good that
Yeah,
we
you-
don't have any choice but to come together.
Yeah, you
If
can't
anybody
hide
wants to
anywhere.
ship
Yeah.
anything,
They already
please.
know where you're at.
31 23rd Ave. Do you guys got that? If anybody wants to ship anything to me, it's 1531 23rd Ave South, apartment 25, Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. There you go. I'm not hiding. There's my address right there.
Right.
Come on, bring it on.
So what's on your mind tonight, Patrick? What's the topic or the agenda, or did you have something in mind?
Looking for female companionship. And no. What? What's
So
my what?
it's a dating stream?
Yeah, this is dating stream.
No, I just wondered if you had a topic or if something was on your mind.
I was just talking to Bokan earlier on his channel. We are the channel, and Bokan now has a channel the same as mine. We jump from subject to subject to subject. It don't matter. Whatever is on your mind, we will talk about.
Copy that.
So
that seems to lead to the best discussion, man. I mean, when we try to have a topic, when that goes in, and like I said, when somebody jumps in, like Algo or anybody else, and they're like, hey, man, there was something you guys touched on there. Those nights right there, that takes off. And, it gets into stuff you can't plan. You know what I mean? It just, it develops. It just becomes becomes its own entity. I don't know how to explain it, how that takes off.
Yeah, definitely organic conversation.
There we go. That's what I was trying to say, man. Organic conversation, man. It's its own, whatever develops. That's the most interesting. That's when you look up and we've been on here 6 hours and it feels like you've been shooting the shit for 45 minutes,
Or as Algo is asking, what's your Teespring link address you mentioned?
Oh, I can find it and I can drop it in the chat.
There you go.
Oh yeah, thanks. It's just teespring.com/algorithm.
Hey, David.
My t-shirt says Novak's life, and it says medically exempt, and it says I don't politics, and it says I don't consent.
I love it. David,
and thanks, Jennifer Kiesling. Thank you for that.
David says, I was joking and asked what your number of security that's social. I said I was asking for a friend, and Google moderated me.
That Google moderator nailed me 5 or 6 times today in Voynich's chat. I said something about my grandkids and the damn thing shit canned me.
Dude, it's been powerful last 2 nights.
Yeah. And it done that. And I put back in there, fuck the Google moderator, and it didn't do it. It left it. And I was sitting in there talking about something about my grandkids. They can, when they start getting on my nerves, they can go home. And it blocked it. It was doing it just to piss you off.
I never heard of Google moderator.
They're in there. They was in there today. It's the first time I've ever seen it. And because it was moderating the moderators.
Yeah,
I'm a moderator in Voynich's.
They beta tested it about 6 months ago, and it will remove comments in a live stream that you and the moderators don't moderate. And like Smurfer Girl whatevs just said, we were watching a movie in Travis's channel last night, and it was taking out everything. It just automatically deletes comments, even though your wrenches and you don't have any say in it. It just takes them out. It was crazy.
I mean, it's instantly. It is quick. It's instant, man. And that's what happens when whoever it was today said that AI is the not the Antichrist, but the
beast system.
AI will be the
AI is real, yo.
I can't remember what they said that was going to be, man.
Oh yeah, Smurfer. Sorry, it was your channel, not Travis's channel. It was her channel, and Smurfer Girl whatever is super smart and has like sock accounts, and she took us to this channel that didn't know it was hers, and she had no wrenches, and I typed something in, and boom, it was gone, and then she made me a wrench, and then I could cuss and I could say what I wanted to say, but it blasted like everybody last night. Every 2 minutes. They'd say
Wow.
something funny, it would take it out. They'd say something
Yeah.
crude, it would take it out. They'd say
Yeah.
something innocuous, it would take it out. It was bizarre.
Oh wow. Great.
So yeah, AI is really close to running the show, I think.
Yeah, I think in the next few months, that's probably what this COVID mass thing is the distraction while that AI is taking over.
Exactly, Bullgun.
Yep.
Bingo.
Because I really, this whole thing, man, when you just stand and look at it, it's stalled out, man. They're paddling the boat in circles, man. They got the dude on the left side saying row forward, and they got the guy on the right side saying row backwards. And they're standing there going, we can't get this guy to listen to us. And they look over at the other guy, we can't get him to listen to us. You know, we're sitting here watching this. We're like, what in the hell are they doing? You know, and then all the stuff with Biden, it's to keep everybody away. And we're noticing our platforms, our voice, you know, we're being squished.
Yep.
We're being silenced, man. And the only means of this information really getting out. And that's what I was talking about over, you know, well, it was on my channel tonight. You know, I'm standing there, man, I'm in these big places, these farm shows and stuff where there's 1,500 people. I'm the only dude there knows this. What the hell is going on, man? Who am I? Well, I mean, I'm a fuck up, man. I mean, I can't think anybody's fucked up any more than I have, you know. And there's a guy sitting over today, he was talking about trophies. He said, you know, trophies. He said, I want to see the scars. And I'm sitting there thinking, hell, I got all the scars and ain't got no damn trophies, you know. I mean, but what the hell's going on in this? They're clamping down on this so hard. How, what's next?
Yeah.
There's a lot less people talking about what's actually happening to us, you know, physically in this world than there are about the mask and the COVID and the conspiracy that's there. You know, I mean, this is an onion that you got to keep peeling back, because they've got a lot of these channels have got down to the mask, you know, that you don't need them, and it's about compliance and all that. Well, that's really what they want you to think. While you're all disgruntled, upset about that, man, there's something really deep, serious going on, and I think if we started,
there's got to be a connection between AI and the mask.
Well, yeah, exactly, Patrick. And it's distracting most people in a way that it will sneak up and be presented in place before they even take off their masks. And I can tell you literally for about the past 2.5 or 3 years, I have this weird, it's not OCD, but it's kind of like that. And I can tell you the traffic patterns in the Denver metro area are not organic. So I'll be at an intersection and there'll be 5 cars in the left turn lane every single time. There's not 6, there's not 7, there's not 4, there's not one guy. There's always 5. And so when I extrapolate that to the rest of the city, because we live in a big giant suburb, I can see where all the cameras on all the highways and all the cameras on the light poles are regulating the traffic in a way that the traffic doesn't even know it's being regulated, right?
Yeah.
And it's not timing from a timer. It's some days there'll be a ton of cars and it will adjust, and some days there'll be no cars and it will adjust. It's not just a set time, because if it were a set time, I could hit that same red light every time I leave a certain place, but it's not. I would tell you, Bullgun, you're exactly right. That AI is being snuck into a place where
it's in everything, man.
We, to a degree that it's like one day we're gonna wake up on a Tuesday and it's just gonna be in place, and everybody's gonna be like, "What the fuck happened?" And but I had no idea. I had no idea.
Right. And that's the thing. It can't be undone, man.
Yeah. Well, it can be, but it's got to be a violent, bloody, nasty thing.
Do you guys? I don't know. Do you guys think AI I tend to think sometimes I tend to think AI's been in control for quite a while.
Exactly. And I thought that, and I started to make a video and I did some research to where it's probably been involved since the early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And we had no idea. We didn't even understand what it was, but
Right.
it was running the television programs. The deep fake that they tell us is a new thing was probably not a new thing. If the government technology is, then yeah, realistically, Patrick, it's probably been around since mid to late 80s.
Mm-hmm. Catherine says, Big Brother cameras. I used to read fiction like that, but it's real. We live it. It's so weird. I'll never get used to it. And Esther, your soul shines, Smurfer Girl, whatever, so many others as well. And Walter, it would be nice to get the face-to-face talk, the eyes, and the 6-foot shared energy.
Yeah, good point, Walter, because most people, most organizations who have tried to, what's the right word? Understand the electromagnetic energy that comes out of a human heart, they say it goes about 6 feet.
Yeah. That's what this 6-foot distancing is about, man. They are dehumanizing the population, turning them into literally meat robots, man.
Yeah, and these guys, I'll tell you, I just want to pop somebody in the back of the head when I'm standing behind them, and they look down at the floor for that or that round circle, and then they look at me. You're not stuck. You know, they give you that look like you're not on that circle. You're too close to me. And then they'll be like this. They'll look down, look up, look down, look up. Like, dude, don't you know you're not on your circle?
Right, but they won't say it.
I just want to smack them.
Yeah, but they won't say it because they're
nutless.
Afraid.
Yeah, they're
Right.
fucking nutless, man. They can stand there and act like that, like a little spoiled ass fucking brat kid with macaroni and cheese smeared on their fucking face, but they can't speak up and say what they mean, man, what they feel.
Right.
Yeah, I got no respect for them when they do that shit.
Yeah.
And there was a
or you walk by somebody with a mask and they do.
Right.
Yeah.
They kind of scoop by you.
Yeah. Hey, Jennifer said something there in chat. I noticed that the last time I went to Walmart, man, it smelled like that kerosene bug spray. That shit, you know, them things in the back of them pickup trucks that make all that noise. They spray that fog out in the back. When you go in Walmart now, I don't care if it's the one down here on the river, one up in Chillicothe, one in Courthouse. The damn place smells like that freaking roach, petroleum-based roach spray or something, man. She just mentioned that in chat there, Jennifer Keesley.
Yeah,
did.
I see that. Everywhere I go, it smells like chemicals.
Yeah. Well, they're letting them spray. You know what? The whole 90% of the freaking population right now, if they come out with C5 Galaxies or whatever and started spraying everybody with freaking hand sanitizer or something, they'd probably be out dancing in the shit, take a day off work to participate.
Yep.
It's nuts, man. I mean, I saw that they're lifting this mask shit. You know, some people's getting tired of it. There's that governor down there in Texas or something, and they got groups now coming up saying he's murdering people.
Right.
Accuse. I mean, they're trying everything they can to get that man
kicked out,
brought up, arraigned on freaking murder charges, man.
Well, yeah, and I saw a nurse in Texas crying on her Facebook stream saying, I can't believe going to subject me to this exact pandemic. And I mean, she was cute and I wanted to punch her in the face, but the idiocracy that we're living in is it's got to be something that we can find a way, like your stream, Patrick. It's a way we can talk about it. We can be rational. We can slow down. we can say, okay, so we get this, and we're not going to let ourselves get drugged by our emotions at 100 miles an hour. We're going to slow down. We're going to talk about this rationally, and we're going to see if there's something we can come up with. And I hate to do this, Patrick, but I have to shout out Shappy and Brenda Mitchell in your chat.
Mm-hmm.
So no, for reals. I mean, humanity is at this weird place where I personally think that a choice point, and if we make the wrong choice, your children and your grandchildren are going to have a very challenging life.
What guy are you talking about that they want to bring up on murder charges?
The governor of Texas.
Yeah, but he dropped that mask mandate today and opened the state houses and the restaurants and all that stuff back up. Around here, I can't remember what they just opened up around here. They opened the fairs and public gather. I mean, you've got the right to a public assembly by the Constitution. Hey, man, while I'm thinking about this before my high ass forgets, the rules for our government is written down on one sheet of paper.
Exactly.
And the rules that the government has got for the citizens written down on sheets of paper would fill a cargo ship, buddy.
Tens of thousands.
I'm going to tell you what,
paper.
you government lovers and you people out there think your freaking government's here to protect you and to serve you and to take care of your ass. Tonight or last night at 2:30 in the morning, I can't remember how many millions of dollars my wife just told me that they took out of Medicare and have given it straight to illegal immigrants for health care. And we are, we're talking about people
$500
that
million
need hospital beds and stuff like that. Yeah, how much was it?
$500 million.
Yeah, $500 million, man. They took it out of Medicare, didn't give it to them. And another thing they done, the rest of that money, I can't remember where it come from. They built a tunnel in Nancy Pelosi's district over there. What was it, baby?
It's for a tunnel.
For a
subway tunnel.
For a subway tunnel in some district of Pelosi's, man. They did this shit like 2:30 in the morning.
Yep.
But just remember the rules that them sorry bastards has got to follow are all written down on one sheet of paper, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
10 things.
You just
10 things. There were 10 things that the government could and could not do.
Yeah.
That's it. They could not make a law to abridge your speech. They could not sanction a religion. They could not destroy your assembly. They could not take your arms. They could not put troops in your house. They had to have a warrant to search your property. They, fifth and sixth, I'm not very good at. And any of the other 8 that they couldn't do, the rules had to go to either the state or the people in the 9th and 10th Amendment. And that was it. And it was a limited, restricted government for about 40 fucking years. Right. And we have this illusion and this, Smurfer, he's got a channel. Patrick, do you have any mods in here who can get Bullgun's channel? Our nation was a republic for about 40 years, and then it was hijacked, and then it was kicked over and damaged. And then when Andrew Jackson was made president and he didn't reinstate the central bank charter, it was a free republic again for a while. And then it got taken back. And it's always about money. It's always about who controls the money, literally being the energy of the people. You go to work, Bullgun, and your energy is translated into money. And then they take that from you. And same thing with you, Patrick. And I think that's where, like Chappelle just said, people need to stop talking about it and do something. Well, Chappelle, if we do that, we have to kill them all.
Yeah, Unfortunately,
Literally,
that's the only that's been proven in history, man. There's no
literally,
dealing with them. No dealing with them, because it's what the werewolves, the vampires, and all the creepy shit at night. Every one of them fucking movies and stuff that crawls up your back when you're sitting in the jungle waiting on the shit that every man's had run cold in his blood is what we're up against right now. It's the principalities, man. Some scary shit. And it's real.
And yeah, it is real, but it's also something that people don't want to get their hands dirty. And I don't think human beings are designed by Creator to murder each other. I literally don't think we're designed for that. I think the rest of nature is very brutal. And the coyote eats the bunny, and the bunny eats the grass, and the lion eats, the hyena, and it's a brutal place out there. But I think Creator made us special to where we're not really designed for that. So it's really hard for us to get to that place where we are willing to literally kill all of our oppressors. It takes, you got to push us right to the edge.
Well, brother, that explains what's the matter with all them veterans down there, man, why they've got us in 30 years of therapy when you come back from 6 months of combat.
Exactly.
You're forced to do something that's against the grain of nature, man. Everything in your body, man, in your soul and your mind and everything. That's why they march you down there in boot camp. They march you and beat that. Boom, boom, beat that, kill, just over and over and over again, or they can't get you to do it. And in 3 months, they can get you to do it. They're good at it.
And do you know how many stories I've read of Vietnam veterans who intentionally missed, especially snipers? They intentionally missed their target.
Yeah.
The target was not really a danger. He didn't have a bomb. He wasn't going to hurt anybody. He was told he was the enemy, and the sniper would lay there, and he's got him in his sights, and he'd miss because we're not wired to kill. And those fuckers who are running this place know that, and they use it against us.
Create an enemy, man.
Yeah, and I think they're probably technically psychopaths, and they know that the average man and woman is not wired to go kill them. And so they get away with all their bullshit for all these years. And to me, it's disheartening, but I have so much hope, because if we're not wired to be that brutal, we may find a way out of this.
If you're right about that, if you're wrong, if there isn't a way out of this,
then
I've one problem. And we are, man, we're fucked, because here's what the mentality of I'm finding out people are. My fellow veterans, they sit and say, hey, everybody's worried about the Marine Corps and the Army and Navy and everybody turning on the citizens of the United States.
Right.
They said they ain't going to do that, man. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, no, they wouldn't, man. If they come out and told them, like, hey, you guys muster up, man, draw your weapons, draw your ammunition, check your magazines, going to be in full battle rattle. We're loading you on the planes. We're going to go shoot and blow the hell out of your fellow Americans. There ain't a one of them to do it. But I'll tell you what, they come out and tell them, they load them some bitches up and get them all fired up for a war. And they tell them that there's 250,000 people that's decided to go against the Constitution of the United States, and that they're killing and maiming Americans because they've decided to break off from our republic, and they don't want nothing more to do with all this democracy and all this stuff. Hell, they'll show up and shoot every damn one of them.
Absolutely. And I think
people don't get it, man.
I think that's what we saw a little bit on January 6th, or the alleged siege of the Capitol. They told the people inside that these guys are here to kill you, and they told the cops outside, well, don't keep them out, let them in. And you saw the videos.
Hell yes, it's coerced, man. You could see it. They're waving. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something right now. A military man standing there with his weapon on his chest and that ready like that, and them people walking by and putting their hands on him,
Yep.
And getting that close to him, you couldn't get within 20 foot of that son of a bitch, because everybody's been through that training. If somebody's within 20 foot of you and you're standing there not at the ready looking down the sights, they're gonna stab you. They'll have you be wrestling you with that weapon. You'll have a hell of a time with them.
Yeah, the 21
People don't
foot.
Understand.
If they haven't seen the 21-foot rule video,
right,
with the knife attack, they don't understand.
And there's too many scenarios right there. I was trained tactically and to stand guard duty and stuff, and it was all bullshit. And anybody that's ever stood, a cop will stand and tell you can't put in a situation like that. He will not let somebody come up and put their hands on them. And them protesters kept coming up and putting their hands on them cops' shoulders, trying to talk to them and shit. I'm like, them ain't even cops, man. They're actors. This is total bullshit. And then that girl got shot.
Yeah.
Man, people get shot, dude. They don't act like that.
Typically, no. No, your body goes limp.
It's the saddest damn thing you ever saw.
Well, you could tell the whole thing was a setup from the beginning.
Yeah, man. The people that fucking set that up watched too much damn TV and movies and shit. It's an old thing to watch somebody get shot center of mass like that with a 9mm or something,
The body flops. The body can't help but try to protect itself, so it's going to flop around. And as we talk
they can't
about
breathe.
This,
one thing, hydrostatic shock it knocks the breath out of you, man. Shit.
As soon as it does, your lungs try to breathe, and your muscles contract, and your shoulders bounce off the floor, and your head bounces off the floor, and your arms are flailing. Oh, absolutely. But
yeah, it's a sad sight, man. See a human being acting like that.
As you look at that, and you whatever political affiliation a person has, when they think about the orange person who said, "Let's go have a rally," on the same flipping grounds where all this went down, if people can't see that he is part of that entire system, I can't help them.
Right.
I can't. And I apologize, because people love Trump and people love the fact that he was going to save us and Q was going to be the great thing and blah. But if they can't see where he can have a rally with that many people, literally a quarter of a mile from the place where all that shit went down, if they can't see that that's controlled and contrived,
right,
there's no conversation I can have with them that's going to help them to understand that. And I'm sorry to put it so bluntly, Patrick.
Yeah, no, I just, how people are so bamboozled by that whole scenario that took off when I thought it was relatively easy to see that was a fucking setup.
Right.
I mean,
it is, unless you're dumb as hell.
Who set him up, though?
Who set him up? I think Trump set him up.
Exactly.
Trump set all them fucking people up to go down, and and the people were stupid. If you're gonna storm the fucking house and you're really not gonna get anywhere by doing it,
and you don't have long guns and shotguns, and you're.
Well, I don't even know what the hell they were expecting to do. I mean,
they didn't either.
And the people inside, the senators and all that shit, they weren't fucking afraid for their lives. They knew that everything was under control.
Oh wait, OAC was, and she was 2.5 blocks away, but she was terrified.
Oh yeah. The girl that hit in the bathroom.
Hey, my deer are out here. My feet are outside the bedroom window.
Hey, Malia.
Oh, sweet. Show us. Hey, Malia.
Can you see them?
Hey, Algo.
We got your reflection.
You can't
on the
see
computer.
The deer.
We got your reflection on the window.
We got a few new people in. We got Voynick is in. Brenda is in. Brian Stavely is here.
Is that the Brian Stavely, the Flat Earth Brian Stavely? If that's you, buddy, give a thumbs up, Brian, if that's you.
Jennifer.
I didn't think it was.
I thought I seen Tammy B. I know I'm missing
Did you get Brenda and Chappelle?
Yeah.
I did earlier before you got here.
Who is that? Orito Evie.
Orizo.
I thought it was a 2. Oh, it's a Z. Okay.
Orizio
Vidigan. Yeah, good call.
Yeah,
What a cool name.
Yeah.
And Brian Staveley is here from Dois Over
That's like that preliminal. I had to teach myself how to say preliminal.
Yeah, preliminal.
Yeah.
I'll still can't say it.
Talk about a great channel too.
Yeah,
he just calls them prelim.
Yeah. Talk about a great fucking artist and a great channel and a super sharp mind, and Voyage too. I don't make the time, unfortunately, to see all of Voynich's lives because he goes live when I'm working. But I watch him back. He's fantastic. Esther Glenn. Yeah,
Voynich was on fire this morning. He was on for like 5.5 hours this morning, and it was so great. Convinced me to eat potatoes and everything. It was wonderful. I love it. And Miriam comes on Voynich a lot. Yeah, and just getting to hear from Miriam is wonderful.
Your microphone sounds good. What did you do different, Malia?
I've been working on it.
Okay, well, you're doing good. You fixed it well.
Good. I'm glad it's working. I figured I should try in and make sure it's working.
It is because you're generally so quiet.
Cammy was the other one that I didn't shout out before.
Oh, Cammy. Always, we love Cammy.
Cammy's here.
Cammy's so sweet.
Potatoes.
Well, Patrick, you're at your hour, brother.
107, buddy. You got to cut us loose. We get it. Cut us loose.
Well, good night, all. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, well then. I know how to shut down a party real quick.
Because I am always having to get up at around 4 a.m. I had told Bulkan earlier when I was on his show, I said, I'm probably going to go live tonight, but it's only going to be an hour or 2 at the most. But it always ends up being a 3 or 4 hour show.
Oh, right. Yeah.
We just love you, Patrick.
I wasn't thinking nobody else is in on that but me and you and whoever was still in there. And that was right at the end of the show. And a lot of people had already left. So, I guess everybody wasn't in on that.
Then I got to tell you, Patrick, the other night, you bounced into my stream and you said, only an hour? Come on, dude. You can do 5 hours? And I literally ended up doing 5 hours. I didn't plan on it. Had Zulu, had Smurfer, had a couple other people, and I didn't expect to do 5, but
yeah, well, most of the time you're in for an hour. Majority of the time it's an hour, but sometimes
it's usually about 2 hours.
Yeah, sometimes you do 2 hours, and I'm just like, you just do not do a long enough show. Everybody loves your content, and I was pissed. I said, no, you're not doing an hour show tonight. You're doing 5 hours.
I could tell you were kind of feisty there. I appreciated that too.
5 hours.
I appreciated that. So that was what I was going to tell you guys. I think probably we did all die in 2012, and the Earth changed into some other realm. And now we're living through the fuckery that whatever this place is, because this is not in any way what I knew for about 40 years in my life. And
I'll agree with you on that.
People are just not the same, man.
Dude, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing Mandela, like personal Mandela effects now popping up left and right. I go down this road every day. I just noticed it today. I go down this road almost damn near every day, and it's a back road to get to a highway. And I looked off to my left, and I seen this silo with a house built on the top of it. And I'm like, dude, I would have noticed that before. I would have fucking noticed that before.
A house built on top of a silo? Of
Yeah.
course you would have noticed it.
Yeah.
Because people don't do that.
The
It's a
house is
little-
on the silo?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
That's
little
weird.
a little round house. I'll take photos of it the next time I go by it. It's a little round house on top of a silo.
No fucking way.
Never seen it before in my life.
Wow.
And it just popped up into my reality today.
Can we say hi to Bit of Venom?
Yeah, for sure. It was very
of
good to hear
Venom.
you this morning, Bit of Venom.
Oh,
Your
did Bit of
accent
Venom
was
do a live stream, or
wonderful.
was he on Voyages?
He was on Voyages.
Oh, yeah. See the end.
Yeah.
You always get the Voynich. And I always
Yeah.
forget the Voynich. I always
Voy-
call him Boyish, and I apologize.
Voynich.
Yeah, I don't have that language ability you have.
Oh, and then the other one was driving down the highway. I looked off, and we're coming up on Moseley exit, and I used to live in Moseley, so I know that area really well. And now there is a full, you know what a logging road looks like.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
this is in the woods, but it looks like a full it
Highway.
looks like a full road. Yeah, basically it looks like a road that goes through the woods. It's not a logging road, it's a full 2-lane road, and it's got the 2 poles on the side with a chain going to cut the road off.
How new is that, Patrick?
It's as of today noon.
Oh my god. Yeah, see, so and Chappelle says she didn't die in 2012. You are here with us, Chappelle. You probably did. And the earth probably blew up, and we're probably in a different reality.
Do you think
Because-
CERN blew us up?
You know, I don't know. I could say yes, but I have no idea. I just know that, and I was talking to some people today.
Happy 11/11.
We went to, I took the motorcycles out, had a great ride, got some sun, awesome, in March, early March in Colorado. And we stopped at this bar, and not one fucking person had a mask on. And the bartenders behind the place didn't have a mask on. Our server did, but she kept letting it fall beneath her chin. And she was standing by me taking our order, and I'm like, you know, we're not offended if your mask doesn't ever cover your face. And I pulled up my motorcycle jacket and I said, see, I've got my medically exempt t-shirt on. And she's like, oh God, you guys are so cool. And I'm like, no, everybody in here understands that anything with a 99.8% survival rate can't be taken seriously. And she's like, exactly. And she went into this like 5-minute diatribe from everything from 9/11 to the Gulf of Tonkin. And she was young. She was like probably 26.
Good,
and she is just, yeah, exactly, Bolgun. And she's just laying down every single fact we've ever figured out we've been lied to about. And then she like kind of got done, and her shoulders slumped, and she took a deep breath, and she said, was that too much? And I said, no, my friend. If your generation is going to be able to fix this place, we need that so much.
Them shoulders slump because that's where she loses everybody, man. She
It's
ran all
normal,
over the mouth.
yeah.
Yep,
exactly.
and she was waiting on it, man. She was waiting to look up and see your mouth hanging open, just standing there going, where's my fries?
Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, you're spot on. And
yeah. But
and it
that's
was
awesome in a youngster, man. I mean,
It
that's the greatest thing in the world because they'll listen to each other. They ain't. I know they ain't gonna listen to older.
Dude, I was so
man.
encouraged. I was so encouraged.
Yeah, that's
'Cause,
great news.
Yeah,
man.
I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. And she was a little cutie, and she's got these eyes, and she's adorable. And I'm like, okay, so if you can market that in any way, people will listen to you because you're aesthetically pleasing, but your mind knows the real deal. And it gave me hope in a way that I haven't had from somebody of that age in so long. It was like, I was like, score. So I went on to Yelp and I gave her a great comment and all that stuff to encourage her. But it was surprisingly refreshing to see. So,
yeah, well, usually these young girls has got, half inch of makeup plastered on them and fake eyelashes and wearing Cardi B shirts or something and
right,
wearing fucking yoga pants, running around there. I mean, they don't know nothing but what's on TV and the radio and shit.
Yeah, and she was not. She was dialed in. I mean, she's telling me about the Federal Reserve. She didn't go so far as to talk about the change in the Constitution or the Administrative Procedures Act, but she got everything else. And she talked about Nixon and the gold standard, and I was just like,
I'll be damned. Yeah,
yeah,
I'll be damned,
man. I was psyched. And because I can talk forever, and I apologize, but Bullgun, what years were you?
Brother, I love listening to you, man.
What years were you in?
Man, shit.
What years were you in, Bullgun?
And I was in from 89 to 93.
Oh, so of 1992. Did they send you over? Oh, did they send you over for the? Yeah, did they send you over to the sand dunes to round people up?
Yeah, I was in the Persian Gulf 1.
Yeah, from junior high school, and he was over there, and he said it was the great POW roundup.
Yeah, I tried to find that book here, and I got pictures I can show you guys of trucks, convoys of trucks with Iraqi men in the back of them. And they was hauling them to this big palace now that I think it was built by the Giants. This great big, I mean, dude, that place was big, man. I still remember seeing that from a road, unless it was an optical illusion or something. And then MPs, yeah. And then these MPs told us that they said, man, I don't know what the hell they're doing with all them guys. That place should have been filled up a month and a half ago. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? He goes, there ain't nobody ever comes out of that son of a bitch. And I'll stand there looking at him. I'm like, and I just, right then, man, I didn't even want to think about it.
Right.
I didn't, we was all sick at our stomach before we got the hell out of there because it didn't feel right.
Right.
When you watch it, you guys ever watch that Apocalypse Now movie where they're on them boats? And you know how you get that old, when you're sitting there in the theater and you get that old sick ass feeling in your gut because shit ain't right, them bodies hanging in them trees and shit. I'll tell you what, that dude that made that movie, man, he knew something about how people. He sat down and talked to veterans or something. I mean, he went to the VA and talked to the ones that's fucking locked up.
Yep.
Because I remember as a kid watching that damn movie, and then when I was on, and then there was just a certain point in time in that war, man, where I got that feeling in my gut they call it stuck in your craw. It comes from old farmers talking about chickens.
Yeah.
You got to crawl, and you get that, it's that knot in your damn throat.
Yep.
And it makes you sick, your soul sick or something, I don't know what it is, but that feeling, man. Yeah, man, it wasn't right.
It probably is it probably is a dark mark on your soul if you're willing to participate.
Yeah. Oh, I wholeheartedly, I was gung ho, man. No doubt about it. I wasn't into abusing nobody or nothing, and I wasn't no sick son of a bitch, but I didn't have no trouble shooting that way at all and going out and doing my job and stringing, and putting all them, man, we set, mines and concertina wire and Claymore mines and stuff. And, and you put stuff like that out in armor.
It's going to fuck people up.
Yeah, man, your intent's clear. And I went to I slept just fine,
right,
doing that, but I took care of that,
Good. And Smurfer Girl Whatevs wants to know where you live, Bullgun, and you don't have to tell us, but she's curious.
No, I ain't got no problem telling you. I live in southern Ohio, down by the river, and I live in between a place called Gallipolis. You can see that right on the river. And there's a little college town here called Rio Grande. But I don't live in a town. I live. I'm not going to tell you what road I live on, but I literally live back a holler, just like them old Beverly Hillbillies. Man,
and you can run a trot line.
Yeah, I grew up.
A country boy will survive.
And brother, it's called a trot line. I can always tell them somebody ain't no country boy because they call them damn things trout lines, and it's a trot line. TROT. Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, I got some of my buddies that there ain't nobody down here in talk right. I'm really good at pronouncing shit compared to most of the people that I live around here. I mean, they call shit all kind of stuff.
Well, if shit goes bad, Smurfer Girl is an hour and a half from you, and she's got guns and she's trained up, and I know you are too. But you got a fan in the chat who is an hour and a half from you.
Yeah, that's good because I mean that's what I was telling everybody. I'll tell you what, the people if you're planning on making it through this, it's got to be a group of 40 or 50 people or more.
Yep.
And I'm telling you this from training. There's no other way around it. You will exhaust everybody to death. You will starve to death and die of exhaustion with a group any smaller than that because you can't get the work done. The ratios don't come out, man. Everything works in ratios.
Right.
And that's why the Indian. I don't know if you guys probably get tired of hearing me say this. I don't know if I've said it on here before or not, but them Indians, they did not start out that way. They found that life. Right. I'm telling you that I've sat and thought about this. I sat in a one-man fight in Hole in the War when I was 20 years old. And I was trying to think about that. I was like, how would you actually live over here? You know, if I got cut off from my group and everything, and every way I come back to, it's just like an Indian. You'd have to learn to use the things that's in your environment to make the tools and your clothing to stay warm, to get your food. And I was sitting there and I was like, you know what, man? They had a way of life that could never end. It went
totally
on forever.
Sustainable. Totally sustainable.
The way we live, man,
totally
you take away the outside, right? It is not, man. It's so wasteful and it's stupid. It's everything that we do. It's stupid, man. Electricity's dumb as hell.
Biggest thing of it all really is I think that's the crux of it, Bolt Gun, because electricity makes us lazy. It really does.
It rains.
Well, it does, but it corralled us. But Malia, if you can explain, and Bolt Gun, I don't know how well you know Malia or Patrick, but explain to us your training, your I think it's parental, not matriarchal, but I think it's your parental DNA to the land that not only do you have a longing for, but you have an understanding of.
Wow, that's
it's fine. Just go. We're here. You're a Native American.
Yeah, essentially is geez, where do I start? I'll go. About 2012. You say you are ascribing to the theory that everybody died, which I think is a way of explaining, in a sense, that everything changed. That everything, either you made the decision back then to begin living and learning the native way, so that by now, the time we're in, it's not a big deal to live off of the land. So coming from my native background, like you say, it has there's an echo from Danny, I think.
Yeah, Dammy's got an echo.
Oh, it might be because I have my headphones on. Let me take them off. Because I do have. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I have the YouTube page. Is that better?
Your microphone sounds amazing, but we still have an echo.
Well, goodness.
I know it's a thing.
But I'm using. But YouTube. All right, I'm gonna close YouTube.
Mute up YouTube.
It's gone. Is that any better at all?
Let's find out.
Gosh
No.
darn
So
it. All right,
cool.
well, let me plug the headphones. Gosh darn it.
There you go. Plug the headphones in.
All right.
Put them in the ears.
So, let's see.
It
How
actually
about
sounds
I
kinda cool.
undo this thing?
It does sound cool, doesn't it,
Yeah,
Bowden?
it does, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys, your mics
I
sound
like
good,
the echo.
man.
I got
It's
a new
like-
microphone yesterday, and I kind of like it.
Dude, she sounds like a rock star.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, your mic
Yeah, it makes
sounds
me kind of want to
super
start
good out
singing.
there.
Oh, does it?
Oh, I was
Does
singing
it?
before
Yeah.
the thing connected, and I accidentally unmuted myself, and I'm like, "Oh crap!" But he didn't let me in before. So you don't want to hear me saying it's bad. Okay, is that any better? Please tell me it is.
Let's find out. Oh, that's perfect.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we're
You
okay
solved
now.
it. So go back, Malia. You're
Yes.
Native American blood.
I was not going to interrupt. Sorry.
So I'm
I'll be right back.
seventh generation of Native. That it comes from a tribe that's believed to be no longer existent. The name of the tribe is called Yahoo, and a few people know about a very famous individual that came from this tribe named Ishi, who worked with Lewis and Clark and some of the others. I think it was after Lewis and Clark. I can't remember right now. My brain's kind of brain dead. But he worked with a chronologiker as someone who essentially wrote down all of the Native American traditions according to what Ishi knew and understood. And after Ishi passed away, it was believed that the Yahoo tribe became extinct. However, what I found out through my research that it did not come extinct. The Mormons kept it alive through my bloodline, essentially. So tracking down what my name means and who I am and where I came from essentially led to the Native Americans in their most, let's see, how do we put this? The Yahoo tribe essentially supplied, or not necessarily supplied, in some cases they supplied, but they would announce leading medicine men in the different tribes. So, and also kind of like for English, that's so many words that don't quite mix with native understanding, but the closest thing to it would be anointing a chief, or being the ones who would do the ceremony to call forth chief or princess, the maternal leader of the tribes. And so they were very visionary, very spiritual people who, it says they came from even another dimension, possibly, or something of that nature, where they see the timeline differently, have special gifts. The closest thing that I found to it was tracing to the Nordics, about 1,000 years ago, receiving a visit from something ethereal, something from the outside, which changed the makeup of these type of specific individuals, made them able to see this soul and the spiritual aspects of the plane that is quite different than what most people see and recognize it as. So being able to see auras, being able to see ahead in the timeline a little bit, entering the spiritual realm, and so many other so-called gifts. The reason why I studied that so much was trying to figure out why I myself was so different from everybody around me, why I could see things that others couldn't see and experience the timeline in such a way that I essentially could see what's coming. I'll receive dreams and visions and different things like that. No, okay, this is what you got to do for today. And in essence, now that doesn't mean I know everything or I see everything. It just means that certain pieces of the puzzle come together easier for me, I think. Understanding why certain things are happening in this time and this sense. going back to the 2012 and understanding back then, we definitely had a total reset. That was the actual time of reset, was back then. And we could have very much all passed away in a sense. But we definitely had a form change in our bodies to prepare for this mechanized biological warfare that we are going through right now, and that our bodies will survive it without vaccinations, without the things they would like to put within us. So it's kind of definitely a prepared thing.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're right.
So
Without the vaccination is the only way to survive it.
Yeah.
You don't need a swab shoved up your nose.
Nor up your ass. Nope.
Oh, that's only in China. It's only in China.
No,
The
it's
anal
not
swab.
only in China. No, it's not.
No.
No. They have been doing that around here for a long time.
Oh my gosh, but that vaccination. So for something that has a 99.8% survival rate,
Oh, it's more than that.
why the fuck? Well, okay, so let's dial it back to 95%. Let's just take the CDC
No, you went
numbers.
the wrong direction there, but
Yeah,
No, it's
that's
90 it's
exactly
90
right.
Well,
Yeah, it's
it's
99.98.
99.994. I mean,
Yeah,
like-
yeah, exactly. But let's go back the other way, and let's say it's 95% survival rate. Why the fuck would you ever do that to your body?
Right. Yep.
The
Even if it's only
so-called
95.
virus isn't even it's not, that doesn't, these numbers aren't, they're just numbers.
Arbitrary, I know. They're arbitrary.
They don't really relate to what is actually happening with
Sorry, Smurfer.
so-called
you
thing. Because it is very deadly for certain body types, for certain blood types that have been prepared for it to be very deadly of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. That is some
That's
spot on
intriguing.
stuff right there.
right,
Yeah.
but that being the case, any of us survive this realm? Do not all of us what they call die in this realm? Everybody
Yeah.
dies in this realm. So
Well,
the
nobody
how-
dies, but
No, that's what I'm saying, so-called. But why would we ever prescribe a thing to something that happens to everybody as a bad thing? That's a big
or
thing
a
for
thing
me.
that we are being told is happening and might not actually.
Well, we
That's
have
even
to look
worse.
at what the final plan is, what the agenda could be, because it's easy to say, well, they want to kill off three quarters of the population and minimize the people and blah blah blah. They're easier to control that way, but that is the obvious answer.
And
What's
the
the not
superficial
so
view.
obvious answer? Yeah, what's the not so one? And I think it has to do with the biological change, pushing a forced biological change, not only into the human body, but for the human soul. To
Wait a minute.
take-
Transhumanism?
Exactly. To
To
take away our natural
soul?
aspects of soul. Yeah.
And disconnect you from God, Creator God?
Yeah. Pretty much.
That's what it's all
That was
about.
something I was thinking this morning. Go ahead.
Wait, no,
It
I'm
just
just curious.
it was super quiet. There's a bunch of background noise coming from somewhere. It was super quiet there for a second.
How's it
Here
now?
I am
How-
acting.
Maybe it was
How's it
Patrick going
now?
and getting his leprechaun hat.
How's it?
I don't hear any
How's it
background
now?
noise.
You
Pat?
look,
How's it now,
you look
Polka?
good in that, brother. I can still hear it now. If you guys can't hear it, then it's something on my.
I don't
end.
hear anything
No, we
other
got
than
you.
the talking.
Well, I got a $20 set of headphones on from the Dollar General, so
Dude,
I might.
I have
I
a
might be
$20
hearing
set of
parakeets.
headphones also.
From the
Okay.
Dollar General.
There's a leprechaun.
We're still a piece of shit.
Dude, if you and I do not get together for St. Patrick's Day, I'm going to be very
my
sad
God.
because
We have to
You-
do like a special thing for this.
you were
We
my
do.
St. Patrick's Day guru with that hat and the
I
beard.
know.
freaking love to see him. Like,
That's so
I
good.
love it. Okay.
It would be nice to be able to get everybody together.
He just leveled
no shit,
up.
Bolgun. No shit.
Like
Bolgun.
all 50 or 60 people, man. You know, I mean, everybody. I kind of, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say it, man. I've always got in trouble for this. The Flat Earth Conference thing that they do down there.
Yep.
If there wasn't so much money involved in that, I'd go to that. But that pisses me off, just like going and sitting in church.
Yeah.
Well,
me too.
The international conference thing? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know where. I guess it's the. I don't. I mean, they're doing a good thing, but when you're charged, you look at how many people show up and what a ticket is. There's something wrong with that. Where's that money going? Why? Why take that money for people showing up down there for the? Yeah, man, what the hell's going on there? I've rented. You know, everybody's rented a conference center for a wedding or something like that.
Yeah. If you're talking about the FEIC one, well, I don't think they even had one last year, but before that, I looked at the tickets on that. It was over $100. It was like $150.
What?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that really pisses me off, man. I speak out about it because this ought to be people
Free.
getting together. And if you got to get a tent or something to get everybody in and out of the sun, you do it as cheap as you can. And then you figure up if it costs $8 to cover everything and everybody parking and everything, and you charge people $8, you don't charge them $100.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
You ain't there to make money. You're there to spread the truth, the true gospel, not this bullshit they've been teaching in these churches out there. But you're there for the truth and the true gospel and true fellowship with your fellow man, not standing 6 foot apart. It don't make any difference if you're buying $100 ticket and somebody's putting $40,000 in the bank or what, piss on that.
I gotta ask a question.
Can I say this first?
No. Who doesn't love Bolgun right now? Who doesn't love Bolgun for that statement right now?
Yes, that was the.
Now I lost it. Now I lost what I was going to say.
Look what you did.
That's fine. I know.
Okay, I want to know what Malia's got to say.
It was going to be something good too.
It was so good. I can feel how good it was.
Oh, go ahead.
It was there. I lost it, Algo. You totally did.
That's on you. That's on you, man.
No.
That's not on me.
Oh, he's gonna blame Bolt Gun for this.
No, that's on Malia. That ain't on Bolgun.
Blame me. He loves blaming me. It's always my fault.
No, but you're right. I mean, if you're legitimate, gonna be an authentic human in the world who wants to share truth,
I remember.
Your profit margin is not your question.
Okay, stop, Elko.
I remember.
Sorry,
it's Malia's turn.
Okay, about the 6 foot distance thing, and separation, social separation. That part of the so-called agenda is really critical because if we don't comply to that, our chances of surviving this are amplified 100, 200 times.
Wait, millions even.
Yes, because the way our bodies work.
I think you got a
we
download
start
from
to-
Creator today, Malia, because you're
Oh,
saying
I totally
some stuff.
did. Like, I totally did. I even did a video over it. Like, I woke up and there it was. It was like, it's time now. yeah, for sure. Because that's one of the things that they push so hard, from the very beginning, the 6 foot distancing. Not only does that equate to, okay, they want you 6 foot underground, but in essence, it's also the way our bodies work, the way we re-energize each other and give each other health and healing and hope is by conjoining, by coming together, by hugging, by loving one another, and taking that away, it really minimizes your chances of fighting the so-called biological warfare agent that's against us. Yeah.
Yep. And that's something in the city. When I go in the city, I see people complying with the 6 foot thing and the great big lines and everything. And I come out here in the country and everybody's still, there might be people wearing masks and stuff, but they ain't that 6 foot stuff. They're not paying any attention to that. They got a mask on. They're not actually wearing it. But as far as that 6 foot thing goes, I ain't seeing too much of that.
So these
that.
governors that are pulling back on the mask and all that, are they Democrat governors or are they Republican Democrat?
I think not so much party, Patrick, but dependent on the state or the region's response has a lot to do with whether or not the governor is complying or not complying to FEMA regulations. Or saying, okay, for you guys, because this is all you have to understand this is a huge social experiment that has been building up since the 1930s when they began the biological warfare agenda. It is something that they are getting major, sorry for my really crudeness here, but they're getting major freaking hard-ons over this kind of push. It's a big deal to them, and it's a huge experiment. They live for social experimentation.
That's right.
So the more that we stick to what we know is right, what we know is accurate in human love and compassion and sharing with one another, that's where the key to beating this is. Caring.
If you look at when they started having school children hiding under their desks because of storms, earthquakes, and bombing raids back in the 30s, when this social experiment did exactly when you said, and you can look and all of the fallout shelter signs, them signs is up so you didn't know where to go. It's to scare you, to remind you every day that there was a place to go when it happened. You got to look at it, you got to see it that way. But every kid in this country that's alive right now grew up hiding underneath their desk in school. And it wouldn't, after you grow up, it don't do shit.
From active duty, fear is your number one killer. If you are afraid even for a second out there on the field, you're dead. You're dead. You let fear get a hold of you. So, big time.
Yeah, you ever see a man that's really got fear in him? That's a hell of a sight, too. That's something you'll never forget. You ever see a man that's scared like that, where they mess themselves and they can't even talk. That's a hell of a sight, man. And you ain't, man, I just didn't have any respect for a guy that did that. And now, man, I feel bad for feeling that way towards them, because we should never be put in a situation like that.
Agreed.
That dude should have been feeling sorry for my ass.
Yep. Because you can face that without flinching. And that is a place that a lot of people can't go to. And I will tell you, I did watch my brother-in-law dress down one of his cops at a shoot where we were training them to shoot. And the guy literally wet himself.
Yeah.
And I'm not shitting you. There was a puddle on the ground, and I felt so sorry for him, because he was not equipped to handle that emotional adrenaline situation, and his body just. And I wanted to hug him.
Natural.
Well, I did. Well, it is natural and it's normal, and people that don't have that are not. Myself a lot for not being that way, but I did. I wanted to hug him, but I didn't want to get pissed on me, so I wasn't gonna.
Right.
But I was just like, oh fuck, I couldn't even believe that I was witnessing that. Well, yeah, but I couldn't believe I was witnessing that to where his system.
It's in the Bible. I mean, Belshazzar, when he saw the handwriting on the wall, he loosed his loins, which means he needed his dude to go get him his brown bridges.
Yeah, and that was a big, very powerful dude. He was very accustomed to slaughter. And so when he saw that was a big deal, Danny. That's a good,
Yeah, that's where the saying, the writing on the wall, came from, ain't it?
Yeah, and what that writing was.
On the wall. Yep.
Yeah.
You're talking about stars.
He didn't have his brown pants on that day.
No, he had to go have somebody bring him his brown bridges.
It was the dress.
Oh.
They got drunk with God's gold. his goblets and stuff, man. They had a big party.
And they were
got
stolen.
drunk.
They were stolen from the temple.
Yeah, got drunk off her ass and had a big party.
Yeah.
See, and one thing I love about Patrick and Patrick's streams is that is on here, Bolgun, Malia, Danny are so much smarter than me about everything that I learn so much every time I come here.
Oh, sure.
No,
Shit,
for
brother.
sure.
We know
No,
that
You're well versed, man.
I may be articulate, but but that whole thing about the Bible, I had no idea about those stories. I had no clue. I can see it in people, but I had no idea there was a biblical reference that Danny and Malia both knew, and so did you, Bolgun. So yeah, I'm psyched about being here. Thank you, Patrick.
I
Yeah.
learned from watching Trey
Hey,
Smith.
I remember when this first kicked off, and I actually made video of it. I went into I think it was Office Max or something like that, and there's a guy and his wife standing in front of me, and I had the sniffles, and this COVID thing just kicked off, and the guy, he was really pissing me off because he kept looking at me and he kept moving forward, like this 6 feet distancing thing. And it was pissing me off that I kept moving closer to him. And yeah, okay, it might not have been right, but I did it. And the thing of it is this guy was so weak that he literally moved to the other side of his wife, putting his wife in between me and
Yeah, ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I hate
Well,
those.
what does
I
that
hate
say?
those
Like,
cuckolds.
what a jerk. That
Yeah.
just ticks me off. Like,
Fuck, I hate
here
those
you-
guys.
yeah. My
Hey,
title,
that
my
situation, like hostage situation, that dude's gonna put his wife in front of him.
yeah,
for
the
her to
video-
get
woman
shot.
feel like?
The video is still up, and I
Oh, God.
titled the video, "Go ahead and kill my wife."
That's
What's
exactly
that make that
that's
woman
so
feel
wrong.
like, man?
Exactly.
Could you
like,
imagine that? What does that woman
Jeez.
think after that, man? All that time she's been married to that son of a bitch, thinking he's going to protect her, and he threw her ass.
under the bus.
That's crazy, man.
Literally.
You know what she
yeah.
thinks, Bolgun?
Huh?
She thinks, you know what she thinks, Bolgun? She thinks he is never getting inside of this vagina ever again.
That's what I was going to say. She's thinking he's
Oh
going
my
to be
God.
humping his fist in the shower for a long time.
Oh shit.
Hey,
Hey, you know
lady,
what? It
am I
depends on who
wrong?
you are, though. If you look
Am I
at
wrong,
like,
ladies?
huh?
Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, I heard some stuff about Shakespeare. I think it was. Was it Shakespeare?
If your men
Okay,
show
there are
up,
comments disappearing like freaking crazy. Are people?
Well, no,
deleting
like
their
Mama's
comments?
been away for a while, and he writes her a letter, and he's like, "Okay,
Sorry.
look, you're coming home in 2 weeks, or no, I'm coming home in 2 weeks. Baby, don't take a bath.
Baby,
But hey, to each his or her own.
if your
Wow.
So you
man
never know.
shows up, if your man shows up that week
What?
to where he puts you in the way of danger, so he doesn't have it, are you? I mean,
It's
literally, yeah.
Oh,
Is he ever getting in there again?
No.
No,
No.
right.
He's never
So I-
getting in the front door again.
No.
Yeah, he don't get to come home no more.
No.
Yeah, I
And
didn't.
we don't even have a doghouse, so.
Yeah.
Cammy says, "Would you eat anything your wife made you after that?"
Oh, F no. She's gonna kill you, Cammy. Yeah. As well, she should. She should poison your ass. If you're gonna put her in harm's way, and you're gonna step out away from
if
a
you're gonna
guy
make her
without a
be the
map,
man.
yeah, then just let her peg you and get it over with and move on.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. It.
Heavy
I
sigh.
totally hear you there, Danny.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Jennifer said something there in chat about fruit growing in the wrong direction is in the book of Enoch. Hey, Patrick, wasn't somebody talking about bananas growing pointing up now instead of hanging the bunch is
Yeah.
hanging backwards, and there's something else. I just
No
noticed she
shit.
brought that up. and we was talking about, somebody was talking about it there maybe a week or two ago in Patrick, on there one night on Patrick's, about the fruit growing upside down and in the wrong direction. And she just put
You know
it in
what
there that
trips
it's in
me
the
up is
Bible.
pineapples.
What's
They
with
grow on the
pineapples?
ground.
What?
Yes, they
Huh?
grow out of
Yeah.
the ground. I've grown lots of pineapples. They're actually really fun and very easy to grow, Danny. Like next time you get a pineapple, just take that top and stick it in the dirt, and it'll grow.
You know,
in your
okay,
Oh.
this is the second
I've seen
time
people
someone
grow them
has
in
said that to
jars.
me in
It's
less
so
than
fun.
24 hours. So number
takes
3
like
comes along.
7
I'm doing
years.
it tomorrow
It
morning.
takes 7 years to finally get a pineapple, but you will.
You know, it takes 2 years to get broccoli, but this groundhog fat ass in my backyard, I've planted it for 2 years in a row, and I'm not ever going to get broccoli because she eats it because she gets pregnant, and I'm not going to stop her from eating it. No, of course not. But
And you're not going to kill her.
it takes, the crowns only grow
Welcome,
the second
Carla.
year.
Carla Red Pill's in the house.
Yeah.
Carla.
No, I'll tell you what. If Jennifer Kiesling says it, it's got to be true. I've learned that about Jennifer. Jennifer is the lurker extraordinaire who, if she says bananas are growing in the wrong direction, I would say, okay. I don't know why they are, but I would
Bananas
say,
have been
okay.
growing the wrong direction since about 2010.
Oh, really?
Bananas are berries. Do they still
Yeah,
call them
it's
berries?
kind of a big deal. That's why it's such a big difference between the organics and the GMO
Well,
ones.
you know what though? Do you remember when I was little? I remember peeling, and I was born in '81. I remember peeling a banana. There would be so many strings on it. I had to take
Yep.
like 10 of these string
Yep.
things off. There's
And
no
seeds.
strings on it now.
And
Yeah, the little black seeds on the
Where
in the
did
middle.
Seeds in the end.
Where's the seeds? And
In the middle. Yeah, they're gone.
I'm telling you
All the way
guys,
down.
telling you guys, we died in 2012, and
no,
we're just.
that's not what it is.
I'm pretty convinced,
So-
Danny.
You're right.
It's something else. It's just as wacky, but it's something different.
It's
So the
yeah.
simulation upgraded in 2012.
There's no gosh
So
darn.
could
No.
it be? So
No.
could it be? We're all
need to upgrade.
we're all in. Yeah,
Our-
simulation was one thing, but purgatory.
Yeah, same thing, Patrick. We died in 2012. We all went to purgatory. Purgatory does not resemble the realm we
I
were
don't
in.
think so.
There are no banana seeds in the middle of you. Literally, Danny, you're right. You could cut a banana open,
seeds.
and you can see the little banana seeds in the fucking banana,
Yeah, the little
and
black
they're
dots.
not there
Gone
anymore.
now. They're gone
So
now.
explain that. So
Yeah.
is that
But
the
now you go
simulation
buy
up-
bananas, organic or conventional, and none of them has the strings, and none of
No,
them have-
exactly. And they don't have
Okay,
seeds.
so
So-
Danny, Malaya, what do you girls think happened?
Oh, that's a long story, Patrick, and you gotta sleep.
It's a
yeah.
transition. It was a scheduled event that was
Yeah.
scheduled from the beginning
Well, it's
of time.
cyclical.
Yeah, it's
by creator.
yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
And it's not a
Okay.
bad thing, but we've
So what do you
been
mean?
not
What do you mean it's scheduled
allowed to
out?
understand.
To move into the next the next branch of the 7 branches of ages that are prescribed for the earth is this.
So, Malia,
well-
oh my God, girl, do you
Yeah.
think
So
we're
we're going-
in number
we're
5
going
yet,
in-
or are we still like
We're
waiting
in
for?
7. We're in 7.
You think we're in 7?
Absolutely proven.
Because I feel
100%.
like
No, yeah, she's right. We're
Well,
at 7.
what are the branches?
the menorah, the branches of the 7 branches of the menorah, or how 3 is interpreted. 3 on each side, 1 in the middle. The 4th center branch was the time when Yeshua or Jesus came, and we've had 2,000 years since then, which puts us in the last age, which is
Ish.
7.
so. We have to do like some in-depth thing, you and me, because I think there's only been 1,000 years, but we've been told it was 2,000. Or it's the end of all of that, and we are actually just post the millennial reign, and this is the re-release of evil, and we're experiencing that now. But I think it might be more than that too.
The only way conjunction could have happened is if we were in that time. We would not seek that conjunction unless we had reached the time of transition into the final age, into the final 1,000 years. The proof of that is not only just in the conjunction itself, but in lots of different star charts, ancient star charts that show this is the exact time and movement. And then when it happened, the exact time and movement of so-called conjunction makes it very clear. And when you type in, or when you add in the signs of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the earth into fullness, there's a lot of confusion around the matter. And that is written too, that there would be so much confusion, but that it would be able to find the actual timeline, the actual when things will occur. And once you do single that out, then everything else kind of starts to come clear as far as historical timelines and what comes ahead.
Okay, so answer me this. Given what you just said, why are there so many of us, and everybody in the chat and everybody on the stream, how come we can see through it, but we can't affect it? That's what I want to know.
Who said you can't?
How we can see through what? See through their agendas? See through what they're doing?
Yeah, exactly. We can see through the fictional construct that they're trying to make us believe while we go through that final phase, and we can see through it. It's as if we know better, and we're like, oh, please, you guys suck. You're nothing.
Well,
and
I think
and the rest of them can't. What is that about?
You're not yelling loud enough.
Yeah, exactly. bit of venom. You are right on. And yeah, if we weren't affecting anything, there would be no reason for them to completely conquer us in such a sense. If it was so easy to push us over and control us, and there would be no need for them to push vaccine and COVIDs and do this and this kind of control, because we'd already be pushed over.
Right.
But the very fact that we're not, and that we won't, and that it's very clear that they cannot do that to us, because our supernatural powers will step in and stop it. That's kind of the wonderful thing about the upcoming next 3.5 years, is this supernatural presence that our own bodies begin to change into, to conquer, to evolve and conquer the things that have been pushed against us. Not sure if I'm saying that quite right, but it kind of explains.
It great, but it doesn't answer my question.
We affect it. It's the answer to your question. We are affecting it using our voice and our frequencies, which are so intensely unique. It is that ripple effect. Every time we push from our channels out and into the radio realm, into the air frequency realm, then we are affecting every person that hears, every person that is touched, and touched by people that hear it, that continues on. We're making a change. I mean,
I get that.
It's very clear that we're keeping it away from us too, even that their so-called agenda is not working. It's only making us stronger.
Is it also why a lot of us have found each other at a certain point in time?
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. That is why we've been brought together definitely.
Yeah.
So that we can.
And the whole thinking that you can't do anything, that's a lie.
Yeah.
And that's
Agreed. Yeah, it's a lie. I agree.
That's a good question.
Oh, my
Tammy B.
government has my best interest in mind, and I'm just going to sit here and hope somebody fixes it. They're going to fix it for me because, no,
Yeah.
you have to fix it.
Right.
So
It's
Tammy
because we
B
have spirit
says,
and
why-
soul.
Say again,
Go
Patrick.
ahead, Patrick.
Tammy B says, why can we see through the BS and others don't?
Essentially, because we have soul, because we have our spirit within us, which we are led, we've been taught. In some ways, even the scriptures say, if you don't listen to all of your pastors and all of these things, all these men teaching you, and you just read the book for what it is, you'll find that the leading of that soul is really what gives us spiritual sight. And in that spiritual sight is what gets us to see through the bullshit. And know that, okay, we're being guided by Creator, essentially, and depending on him.
The big chief.
Yep.
The big chief.
Yeah, he is chief too.
Brenda
Big
Mitchell
Chief has
says,
your back.
that's the religion
Yeah.
behind it.
Yep. Yeah, willing to view other things. Now I can hear that background noise. I think that is Danny. Are you vacuuming?
It is.
I think
No,
she's vacuuming.
it's the air fryer. My teenage son just got home and he wants some French fries, so it's the air fryer.
French fries. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny what you were saying earlier, the Yahoo thing. It parallels, if you listen to like the Choctaw origin story in Cherokee, well, not all of them, there's different versions, but it's like, okay, where did you come from? Well, we came from someone up that direction, and it was probably the Hopi. And so you go ask the Hopi, where did you come from? Well, we were under the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And everything was real good down there until then it wasn't real good, and we had to leave. And so it's like that kind of, to me, it tells you the story of how they left down there and had to come up here, and then so now they're up here, but then stuff is bad up here and you have to go back down there, but they're not telling you how to go back down there, or that is the knowledge, I think, that like the plasma discharge thing, that's the reset, the whatever you, because even and what you were saying also in terms of hush.
No, I'm not. I'm with you. I'm right there with you. I apologize. It triggered me a laugh. I apologize.
Fine. No, when you get into like the end times thing, it's in the Hopi story. There's species that you thought were extinct are returning, and then you have cross species, like centaur, and they're putting it in your, and then gender confusion. Gender confusion is part of the Hopi end time story.
Right.
It's not an accident.
Well, Jennifer brings up a really, really good point, and something that I'm not sure a lot of people realize happened, but I saw it in the spirit on a specific day in 2019, right? No, it was actually the end of 2018 because it correlates to a day called Yom Kippur. And that day, I know is...
Go ahead. Sorry, my apologies.
That day essentially relates to the day when he sealed, when Creator so-called set this seal upon us, those who were chosen, those who are set apart as the remnant for this new time that we're walking into. And
it's literally the remnant.
It is literally the remnant,
Like,
and
literally.
we did have to receive that seal in order to
Yeah.
protect our bodies from what was coming, what has come.
Right.
Now, in that time, what I saw happen was just phenomenally, beautifully amazing. Each of us are essentially assigned guardian angels, more guardian than what was before. And the seal protects your physical body, but also protects your soul, and it opens the blindness, essentially clears the blindness away that was put onto all of humankind for the past 2,000 years.
Everybody else.
As we delved deeper and darker into the darkness.
Yep.
So this coming time is definitely, it's definitely a wild ride. It's a ride that brings forth the true creation, the fullness of the creation of humans, or of us as persons, and what we are really capable of, and what we will turn into essentially in times to come, as we, I don't like the word evolve, but that's kind of essentially what's happening. We are changing, and our bodies will change with us.
Okay, so I am not as weak as that guy in the movie The Matrix that says, I just want to be put back in and have my steak. But I am sitting there and I'm like, why the fuck did you agree with this?
Because it's freaking awesome. Like, what we're going to end up with is so fucking cool. Like, it's worth it. It makes it worth it. It really does. It really is. It's exactly. It's like so filled with lights.
I know it is. And that's why I know you, and that's why I know Patrick, and that's why I know
But what if-
Bolton.
Yeah, with the little ones that shine. You know,
Yes.
we've been the oppressed. We've been for so long and
Slammed,
been
hammered,
covered in mud and
Yeah,
dirt and not seen.
exactly.
And that's where that changes. Like suddenly our shiningness is brought to visibility.
Right. Go ahead, Patrick. What were you gonna say?
I'm not sure how to word it. Because I know that we don't pass away, but
right,
if we were to pass away out of this realm, like how do I word this? What would happen if we leave here too quick? Like,
You're
if we're
coming
not
right back,
able-
brother.
If we're not able to see this all the way through.
You're coming right back.
No, I'm not.
As far as the remnant is concerned, if you're in the remnant, if you're in the category which everyone who is gathering together in this is, then
You can't not.
we can't
You
die
can't not.
at this point.
Can't not, Patrick.
We have
No.
been shielded and protected to such a point that we simply can't die.
You are not kidding.
Yeah,
you are not kidding.
Yeah, we're brought
That's
right
it.
back.
You know, I'm telling you, I honestly believe what you just said kind of goes along the lines of, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not trying to do this on purpose, but I do have sleep apnea, which I'm supposed to be using a breathing machine at night. And I've not been able to get this machine. And there's times where I have completely stopped breathing and woken up like gasping for air. And I swear there's times where I probably should have died numerous times throughout the night. And and other things that have been done, through the last couple of years, as far as, medications that they put me on.
Patrick,
It
why
just
weren't
seems
you?
it seems like
why
I
weren't-
can't die.
Why weren't you
because-
sleeping in that fire? Sleep in your bed when your last place caught on fire.
Very good
because
question.
I was picking my daughter up from driver's ed.
Okay,
Because you were protected.
which is a fine thing. But if that time and space and she'd been able to be picked up by somebody else, you might have been taking a nap at 7 o'clock and you're gone. But you can't be killed right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
bull
that's
gun.
one of the main
gun.
things.
Yeah, think about bull gun. Being
It's one of the
deployed.
main things that show us that we are who we are.
You can't be killed right now.
Hey, man.
Throughout our whole life, we couldn't be taken out of the picture to reach this time.
Dude, I fell off of an
I've lived a-
automobile.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey,
I
I have been off
So
of
many
speed
times
coach.
I should have been dead.
I mean,
and did die
every-
and came back.
That's the same way here. I've been off of crotch rockets at over 150 mile an hour, skipping across the mud with a pair of bib overalls on and gum boots, man, and a helmet. And I'm not
Yep.
shitting you. And on these 4-wheelers out here, I got there's a plate in my ankle. There's a big old scar right there in my ankle plate. I mean, I got a broke finger right now. I've never seen anything like it, man. I mean,
They can't kill us yet.
yeah, I've wondered that, man, because I'll tell you what, I hate to even say anything about this, but boy, when I messed my leg up real bad, my wife was with me. We just bought a diesel pusher motorhome, and we went to this big off-road event down in Rush, Kentucky, and I was riding a Honda 400EX. I was going down the hill, probably running 50, 60 mile an hour, and fell in a rut, and there was this great big bowling ball sized rock in that rut. And then that 400EX ain't got enough power to get the front end up. You can hit stuff like that on them quads running that fast, but you can't hit it with the front wheel. You got to get the front end up and hit it with the back wheels. And man, I hit that thing, dude, and it threw me off that bike and slammed me on the ground, and my leg went through the webbing on the Nerf bars. So I got this 400-pound 4-wheeler dragging me down the side of a mountain down there in Kentucky, just beating me, just boom, boom. And I thought it broke. I thought it broke it just felt like I was breaking like glass, my ribs and spine and arms and stuff, and hit down at the bottom, and that bike rolled out, and I got up and was standing there. I walked over to the bike. These dudes in this side-by-side route right by me. I mean, I had dust stirred up like you wouldn't believe. That thing just beating me like a rag off the side of that mountain coming down there and splattered out there on the bottom. And them guys just rode right the hell on by and went by, and I went over and got that bike, and I stood there and looked at myself, and I couldn't believe I could even stand up. I don't know what happened. And I rode that bike over to my camper. It was over there. My legs swelled up kind of bad, and I ended up having to go to the emergency room. They had to cut it open and get this jellied blood, because your calf muscles are the only muscles in your body where if you bruise one of them bad enough, the blood can't escape. It gets compartmentalized, and it is some severe pain, buddy. And you'll be glad to have them cut a hole. And they drained probably like 2 sandwich baggies full of old jellied blood out of my leg.
Quart of blood.
But it was a bad wreck, man. And I've been in bad car wrecks, bad explosions,
Did you guys
bad motorcycle wrecks.
Did you guys ever see the
man.
movie Unbreakable with Bruce Willis?
I think so.
About the fire.
He was a security guard. And
Man, I've seen so many movies.
he
Brenda-
couldn't be broken.
Brenda,
I gotta go do some stuff.
You gotta go
Sorry.
do some stuff. Are you
Gotta
done?
do some stuff.
I didn't get to see Batman Machine yet.
Hey, thanks,
but-
Danny.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for being here,
See you
Danny.
later.
See you later.
Danny.
Good to talk with you.
We have to finish this conversation because you and I, we got
Yes.
some stuff to talk about.
Malia
Yeah.
and Danny, yeah.
Yeah, bye.
For sure.
Later.
Can't wait.
Hey, Jennifer Kiesling, she said there in the chat for me to look up her Facebook, to friend request her, and there's like 20 Jennifer Kieslings on here, and I'm going through them, and I don't know.
He's trying, Jennifer.
Not David Wolf, not that nobody dies. That is not correct. There will be many, many, many people that die over the next year.
Millions.
But
This country,
those
260
who-
million gun owners.
those who got smart over the last 7 years, those who were predestined, I guess, in a way, or set to shine in this, these are the ones we're talking about that won't die. We've already proven that we can't die. We all have stories many times over of near-death experiences. So, yeah, not that nobody can die, just certain ones cannot. It's very important to differentiate that. But we'll come together.
Not even NDEs, but when you wake up at the hospital and they're scrubbing rocks out of your shoulder and they're patching your head and they said you should be dead, that's not necessarily an NDE, but that is something that Creator set up so us dummies can just flounce around here like we do. And
defy
you're
the
still
odds.
Exactly. And you're still an integral part of this thing.
Yeah.
Which is why
I'm
I
super
love
excited, Bill.
I love the stream, Patrick.
Yeah, Bill Stegman, that is definitely right. I'm very excited what will happen in the next few months. This coming together, I see the gathering year. We're all going to get on the move and try not resist it as much as possible. We're all going to have to get on the road. It's just the way it is. And like kind of the way Creator showed me was like put a little bit of water on a table, and if you have some weed, break that weed up, take a stem and break it up into little pieces and put it in that water separated. And you'll watch over the course of like 5 minutes or so, the plant will put itself back together with the water. And it'll just move and come and all those pieces will come back together. That's essentially what has happened to us. Been broken into pieces and scattered all around. And at this time, it is the movement of those waters, the attraction of the waters and the magnetism, which brings us all together. And the need for it it's really exciting. First time in thousands of years that the remnant actually get to cohabitate and be in each other's presence, because that has been something that has been kept from us.
Can you change that word need to necessity?
Necessity? What do you mean? In what part? Sure.
It's necessary that we do.
It is necessity.
It's not about need. It's not about need and Patrick needing me or meeting Patrick.
Oh, freaking English. Yeah.
It's
I know.
necessity.
English has so many nuances and so many ways you can twist it.
Yeah, we have no choice.
We have no choice about it. Yeah, you're going to get pushed and you're going to get moved, whether you like it or not. It's just the way it is this year. But the easier you roll with the punches, the more you're used to moving with the flow of water.
Well, I would say not just this year. I'd say the past the past 5 years. And a lot of us have lurked and poked and seen each other and liked each other, but not really connected.
Sure,
and we've kind of been on the outskirts, and we're kind of like, oh yeah, I watch that channel, but I can't contact them. I can't meet them, whatever. But the necessity of what is coming is where we don't have a choice.
Right. That is a very good way to put it, Algo. That's absolutely where we're at. Yes.
Because literally the fate of humanity rests on Patrick, Boltgun, you, me, Smurfer, Brenda, Chappelle. As much as they don't like it, they're here and they don't like it, but Jennifer, Bit of Venom, Bill Stegman, Esther Glenn, Voynich. Yeah, I mean, this it literally is real.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're so used to being the little people and unnoticed and among the average that, sweet Dearest Dawn, yay.
And Dearest Dawn, I mean, oh my gosh, she's like the glue for all of it.
Right? She's so beautiful.
She's the glue, yeah. And we're at this place in humanity's development, and Carla, and we're at this place in humanity's development where
Yeah,
The
Carla Redfield's in there.
yeah, and
I'm missing half of everybody.
The time have to either activate or whatever the F it is getting shorter with every sunrise.
Yeah.
Is the best way I could say it. And I can feel it. I mean, I can literally feel it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, anyway, whatever. Humanity hangs in the balance. No big deal.
Yeah, we keep to the things we love, like riding that motorcycle and knowing how to be free. That's really where the key is. We understand our freedom.
I agree.
Something that's not going to get taken away. You can't take that from the soul. And,
There's 3 bikers in here right now.
Yeah, probably more than that, but yeah.
No, I'm talking about in the panel right now.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are.
So there's 3 of us that ride. Yeah, it's supposed to be warm enough tomorrow. We're going.
Oh, but I just ride bitch. I don't ride the front.
I ride, but I don't have a motorcycle.
Back when I used to drink, I'd get so damn drunk. My wife would have to ride me home. She can ride that big old Harley with me on the back of it. I got a full dresser. It's an ultra classic, and she can handle it fine. She grew up riding bikes.
My left hand doesn't work to manage it. I can't get the left hand to work right, so I just run into things. But I like to ride. I like to ride behind.
Oh, there's nothing like it, man, because you lean. It's dynamic. A car is not that dynamic, but a bike is.
Yeah.
In a car, you're gonna probably be fine. If you fuck up on a bike, you're gonna die.
You're never not paying attention. It's a different kind of enjoyment because there's a skill involved in it. It's hard earned, and any enjoyment, man. That's like fly fishing. You know, I guess that's what I don't know. Hell, I ain't never learned how to keep that damn line up there in the air and all that. But them guys say that's the greatest.
Fly fishing. I slay some fish.
Yeah, they say that's some of the most relaxing good fishing.
I
just
love
noticed
it.
anything that there's a bunch of skill involved in, you know, and where it just takes time after time. There's great reward in that.
There is
food for the soul, man. And it was like I was saying earlier. You know, a guy was saying, man, you know, here's all my trophies, and that dude was like, brother, I want to see your scars, man. He said, where's your damn scars at? Hell with them trophies.
I have too many. Too many.
Yeah. That's what I was saying there. I said, well, I was sitting there listening to him talk about that. It's one of the Gaither brothers, the one guy that's the comedian in the Gaither brothers. If any guys ever listen to him, he's funnier than hell, man, in that gospel music group. But he said, when he was talking about that, I was sitting there, I'm like, well, hell, I got scars and ain't got no damn trophies.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of a pragmatist because fly fishing, super skill, lots of practice. If I'm actually going to go for it, I'm just going to go get a net.
Yeah.
But you hold the net and I'll go fishing, okay?
I'm going to put a net across the river and just drag the son of a bitch.
Yeah. There's something about being...
Leave it to Lakota. Yeah, that's just like you.
Why am I going to spend all that energy?
Water.
Yep.
No, I'm just going to put a net across the son of a bitch and get everything I can get.
Yeah.
Pragmatic.
Hey, you ever been snagging? Elgo?
Yeah.
That's a fun one. That's kind of like that.
Closer, yeah.
Yeah, most people don't agree with it, but it's an old way.
Well, it's a rational way, right?
It is. It works.
Yes.
It works well.
Why am I going to spend all this effort and energy when I can just do it this way and be done?
And have like
if
50 fish in one line.
If you're eating them, it don't make any difference.
Absolutely, Bullcut.
Yeah.
Never
it's
killing
silly.
anything I don't eat.
It's silly.
Yeah, if you're out there snagging them and you're selling them to your neighbor and somebody needs to knock you in the head.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
But
you find an easy, efficient way of taking something and you ever take more than your share.
What you need.
You're
and
guilty.
that applies with everything in our creation around us.
It does for us. It doesn't for them. And that's why I think this world shows up the way it does right now, because everything that they want is the access to levels that they don't need. And
yeah,
it's
Hey, you guys ever watch Dick
mind-boggling.
Gregory? You guys ever watch Dick Gregory?
Oh, Dick
Okay,
Gregory,
man.
brilliant.
Well, okay, brother, what you're talking about is exactly what he talked about. He said white is a fucking attitude, man. He said it's gimme, gimme, gimme. I want all of it. Fuck you, you ain't getting none, and all this shit. And he said it ain't got nothing to do with what color you are. He said it's that fucking attitude that gets in everybody, man.
Yeah.
And that's what when they talk about white man, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about that son of a bitch that was in there, had beaver pelts stacked the fuck up all over the place.
Yep.
And became a millionaire and everything, and had people
And
starving
piled
to
up
death
the
around him
buffalo by the thousands.
in excess. Yeah, went out and shot all them buffalo
All
like
the
they did
Yeah.
and stuff. Man, you guys ever seeing pictures of them skulls and bones? You ever see bones
Yes.
stacked up like that?
was
That
so
makes that
sad.
just you
It was
imagine what God was up there looking down here at that shit.
Shaking his head.
It still
Oh
makes me
man, could
cry.
you imagine that? That
Yeah, just looking down saying, you dummies.
Yeah.
and they've done that with people.
Yep.
These
And-
assholes have done that with people time and time and time again, man. And
they're
the
still
exact
doing
same
it.
way they're doing it right now. It's the way they've started it right now. They got everybody turned against each other. That's what I'm saying about this country. They keep talking about this. They say it's America. And that it's Amerigo Vespucci. It was named after. Man, it's America because that's the land of the feathered serpents. What the hell it means? And they let everybody's got their guns. All right, you got two. And
that's why it's
okay,
the whole continent. It's
and
not just
I'm a gun enthusiast myself. Hell, I'm a what they consider a master gunsmith, where you can take a block of wood and a piece of metal and build a gun. I actually went to college for that out there in Colorado. It's called the Colorado School of Trades. It's in Lakewood, Colorado. I went to school there. I lived on Jewel Avenue out there in an apartment complex.
You probably don't ever own a gun that you don't change a little bit.
Wait a minute, Jewel and what?
Change it a little bit,
I lived at 10555 West Jewel Avenue.
Okay,
I can't
so
remember the apartment. It's an apartment complex.
Yeah, west of Kipling.
Yeah, you come down Kipling and turn left on Jewel.
I know exactly where you are. Yeah.
It's that apartment complex right there by them big reservoirs, man.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, brother, out there. That's what I said, man. Them roads out there at night. Me and this other boy I met out there, we got them. I bought a Ninja 750 while I was out there, man, and we'd run that city. That's awesome, man. At night with them street lights, it's like being in a video game, dude. 175 and 180 mile an hour, right through Denver, brother.
I am literally 7 miles from where you lived.
Yeah. I burned that SO Country Boy, burnt that fucking place up on that crotch when I was out there, man. I loved it. We weave traffic. That's what I said. The way I've lived, I always, my buddies always said I was charmed. Just did that shit in airplanes too, man.
What year was that? What year was that you were out here?
Man, it'd have been 2003, 2004, I think.
Got it. Do you remember where Hamden and Wadsworth was?
I can't remember where it was, but I remember them names.
Okay,
and
so about 2.5 miles from where you were was where I lived at that time.
Okay. I remember.
See, and that's what I think we're going to start figuring out about each other is that we've been.
Malia was here
close
many times in Denver.
Yeah.
Weren't you, Malia? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And your
and favorite hangout locations too.
Yeah, you and I crossed paths probably, or were nearby at the same time.
Yeah, we're really. I'm finding that out with other people too, man. It's and it's something else how our backgrounds and just like we're talking about, being lucky, people getting stuff that would have killed anybody else or that you think killed you. We've all been through that.
The timelines. Yeah, we've had to face some of that too. Definitely.
And like I said, man, the other day, me and my wife, man, we walked out of Walmart or Rural King or something, or I stayed out in the parking lot, and I was out there and I was just looking at how many people was in that parking lot, and I'm like, why in the hell me? You know, who am I? You know, what the fuck's going on here? That really, it kind of sunk in there, you know, for a second. And I'm like, because I'm one of the biggest fuck ups I know, man. Ain't nobody I know messed up any more than I have.
Can I tell you something that I know for sure? Everybody in this chat, everybody on the stream, Creator God loves you supremely in a way that you're going to have to stay here and figure it out.
Yeah.
None of us we don't get the free ticket out. We don't, when you lose people and they get the ticket out and they're gone, we don't get that. But Creator God loves every single one of us so much that we are stuck is not the right word. We are privileged to be here while all this shit goes down.
We call these people the NPCs, the non-player characters.
I'll be right back.
What if this is so bad that out of the 8 billion, they don't even know how many people. That number changes so much. It's crazy. But let's say there's 6.5 billion people on the face of the earth. Out of all of them, there's 250,000 people down here with souls. Is it that bad? Possibly.
Probably.
Because I'm telling you, that's what this is starting to look like.
Look around.
Because I'm telling you what, you could hey man, that these video games on, you play that's got the NPCs running around and you see them, they walk up and kind of hit walls and stuff. That woman that flipped out on me down to BA did that while she was freaking out on me, man. She went over and got up against the wall where them pamphlets are stuck in them little clear things and was over there. Like when they come and got her, they got her from over there. She finally turned around and started bitching at me again, but she walked over there against that wall and was up against it, just going off at the mouth, man, just losing her shit. And I was standing there, I'm like, I said, man, that hell, I was sitting there and that just kind of went through me. I was like, that looks like one of them damn people in them video games, them NPCs run over and glitch the hell out.
It could be. Literally could be.
Oh man, dude. I've wondered that.
Well, it could also be it could also be why Patrick has his stream, why Patrick has let us come in here and yak so much. And it could be that we are not that, and this is our only place to be able to connect. It's possible. I have no idea.
Man, what my problem with this is, brother, is by being a combat vet and shit and getting locked up down there to VA and everything, I've had to sit and talk to some pretty serious psychologists and go through, the therapy and stuff like that. And everything we're sitting here saying right now are really significant markers in a person being fucking nuts.
Yep. Agreed.
Thinking,
according to them.
According to Freud. When you think that you're all alone and the majority of people are screwed up and out of touch, you need to go look in the mirror. It's you. We all have known that. I mean, we've been brought up in that society, taught that inside, outside, all the way around. And literally what we're sitting here saying is that very thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to me, it's super interesting. And that's where I get the good stuff out of people that I get to meet, like you, Bolgun, you, Malia, you, Patrick. When I get to hear that I am not the only person out there who thinks that way or feels those things, that's where I get the good stuff.
Yeah, it's a complete relief, man, because that's what I'm getting at. Until we meet each other and figure it out, man. You're sitting there like, my God, dude, I'm bad, dude. I'm one of the bad ones, man. They find this shit out, they'll lock me up and won't let me out because they think I'm a freaking hatchet murderer or something,
Yep.
And
yeah,
and then
I just
Yeah.
hope that it doesn't take, I mean, I don't mind, being one of the ones that don't die and that have to be here to try to help people along and all that, da 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 da. But I just wish I wasn't in so much freaking pain. I
Patrick,
mean,
That's all right now.
I am
Patrick.
too, brother. I think we're
I
going through
am
the
too.
change, man. Yep. I don't think this pain that we're having, brother, it ain't what's wrong with us, man. I don't think what's wrong with us. I don't think I've got this cancer anymore and that Persian Gulf syndrome or nothing. There's a lot of them symptoms and stuff that's gone. And I'm going through pain like my body's changing, man. It's like growing pains. There's what I'm wanting to say, man. There's something going on. As I heard, my wife is too. My wife's awake. She sees and understands this stuff. Unbelievable for me because I don't know if I've run into anybody yet where their wife or husband isn't at odds with them over this, man, where it ain't tearing their family apart and their kids. There's two of my kids. One of my daughter, she thinks I'm plumb nuts.
That's the hard part about
my middle
this.
boy's my middle boy, as he gets older and he's working in the same field that I did. He's gifted mechanically. And he's starting to see that a lot of the things that I talked about, I wasn't. He thought I was full of shit. It was just too wild to be true. And he's meeting these people that used to hang out with me and stuff, and other people that I trained and worked with. And he's now, when I'm sitting around talking about the flat Earth and stuff, man, I see him sitting there. He don't get that disgusted look on his face and get up and leave. I see his gears. I see smoke rolling out his ears, not from being mad, because he's thinking now, because he's had enough verification that his old man wasn't that crazy old son of a bitch he always thought he was. I got kind of trouble with the verifying stuff with my kids because of the way I did live. I run around on them motorcycles like that, and hell, I drank bad, and I was always in trouble running from a damn law and stuff. And I was just an old ridge runner, and I start talking like that, and they just think crazy moonshiner.
Oh, them old crazy moonshiners have built up quite the reputation for themselves ever since the years of Prohibition.
Yeah, I never did. I never did make none of it, but I moved some of it around.
Yeah.
All I know is
that's one thing I found in my timeline too. Is my great grandma was deliver. She drove 6. I want to say Cadillacs because they're basically the Cadillacs of horses. 6 Clydesdales up and down the Northwest in the Route 66 and stuff to deliver alcohol to make sure liquor got delivered through the Oregon territories and stuff. So I'm definitely finding a linkage to the strength, the inner strength of people in their timelines having to do with the fighting of even Prohibition, because technically alcohol is a medicine. It's absolutely the number one essential product in every hospital.
Alcohol's not a sin. It's getting drunk.
No, it's allowing yourself to open up to the spirits part of what alcohol can do. But it's definitely very medicinal and absolutely necessary, especially when it comes to head injuries and stuff. I've dealt with head injuries where the only way I saved them was by making them drink some good Irish whiskey. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Jennifer's saying the same thing. I really think it's just pain that people that's in here and in the chat and stuff that we brought together, that the pain we're experiencing, our body's literally going through a change. Because we're someplace different. And back in 2012, I remember on that motorcycle, I was headed to a buddy of mine's house, and I had to go home because I couldn't see. The sun was killing me, my eyes, and I'd never had that happen before. The only time I'd ever felt anything like that is I had flash burn in my eyes from welding. I had the first time I messed with a MIG gun. I didn't have a dark enough shield. You need a little bit darker shield when you run a MIG gun. and I got flash burn, and that's what I felt like is I had flash burn. And I was like that for several days wearing real dark sunglasses. And that was back in 2012. I remember it happening. I never thought anything about it until here lately, but something happened because now the sun is bright. It's white.
It hurts. It hurts now. I cannot go in it. I just simply can't.
It stings my skin.
Makes me
it
sick.
burns my eyes. It's killing my plants, my grass. Where stuff's in the shade here, where my garden was shaded, it grew fine. Where the sun hit it, it burned everything up. And I've never had, and I'm talking about stuff that don't burn. The only thing that didn't burn is that hybrid corn that we run. But there's something up with that sun and back end, and our body's hurting. And like I said, everybody got that same background.
It's the change, just as the scripture says it. It's the birthing pains. You know, you go through pregnancy. It is the whole process, and then another year after, before your body is back to normal.
Here, Carla just got out of the hospital. She said,
"I got sunburned. I got sunburned today."
I hear you, Carla. I'm in the same bucket as you.
I'm sorry to hear that, Carla. I'm glad you're out. I hate being in a daggone hospital, man. That's like being in frickin' jail.
I went through that. I went through that fire, and Carla was in the hospital. And from her hospital bed, she helped me set up that GoFundMe.
Carla, I remember you saying that now. Yeah, I remember you saying that now, man. I forgot about that. You said I was thinking she was in a hospital. I'm an idiot, man. I wasn't thinking about her being in the hospital.
No, she was from her hospital bed. She helped me set up that GoFundMe. I was like, damn.
I didn't know she was that sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with our blood type. So many of us are RH or special blood types that our blood is not going to assimilate to the poisons that have been dumped on us and are all around us, and we're being required to eat it and put it on our skin and blah blah blah. It does take a toll on our bodies, and I don't know the answer to it, but I definitely know that many of us are experiencing great deals of pain.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it sucks. Weed helps.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. To a point it does.
To a point.
Good night, Chappelle. Chappelle's out. Good night, Chappelle.
Thanks for being here, sweetie pie. Yeah.
Good night, Chappelle. Poof.
Hey, David Wolf's in there.
Yeah.
Been in there for a while.
Yeah, I dare say everybody else might know, but not me. I get to talking, and I don't glance. I need to learn to glance over at that chat every now and then.
Yeah, Tammy, it does help, and it's medicine. I think it's that thing which our body produces naturally, the cannabinoids, and that the environmental factors around us, which are being put on us, destroys the cannabinoids that our body naturally produces. So it's a way to put that back in. Definitely.
Well, we're surrounded by frequencies that they've proven that drives animals and insects and things nuts. The very things that we're connected to. Dude, look what it does. You ever see what it does to plants? They show them Wi-Fi things when they put them out there in California. Yeah, it literally kills them, dude. They start getting all dumb, deformed looking and everything, crippled, and then they're just dead. They can't capillary action of the water quits. Right. There's some crazy stuff that goes on, man. Crazy stuff. The way the cell, how cells designed and stuff like that, it's all deformed and irregular, and it's electromagnetic frequency messing with the creation.
And so here we are, right?
Yeah, here we are, sick,
in the middle of it,
depressed.
Yeah,
that's something else. You guys been dealing with depression pretty bad. I'm not normally a depressed person, and I looked at my wife the other day, sitting there and hurting like this and everything, and I've been sitting here on the couch for 2 weeks, haven't done shit, got all this property, all these animals and stuff, and I got stuff to go out here and tinker with, go ride a 4-wheeler and stuff. And I haven't done nothing all winter. And I looked there and I said, you know what? I'm realizing I'm not really as sick as I'm in bad depression.
Yep.
This shit's, I let it get to me, man. I'm sitting here 20 hours a day trying to figure out what's going on. And here in a few days, I'm gonna walk away from it for a while. I got to.
Which would be the best idea.
Yeah, I got to.
Best idea.
I'm not kidding you guys, man. Now it's been over 8 years now, and it's 20 hours a day.
These last 2 weeks have been so hard. It's been so hard.
Well, yeah, but that's a different paradigm for you. But we still have to get the sun on our face. We still have to feel the wind in our hair. We still have to put our hands in the dirt.
Yeah.
We have to do those things. Go ahead. Sorry, Patrick.
No, I'm just agreeing with Jennifer because that's what I've got going on. And it is the worst. It's the worst fucking pain. I've had broken bones. I've had torn muscles. I've got a rotator cuff torn in my shoulder and a bunch of little rips around it. And the nerve pain hurts worse than that.
The nerve pain is so hard. I know. I deal with some too, Patrick. Nerve pain is tremendously difficult.
That's why when Persian Gulf vets was killing themselves, man, because we got in that sarin gas, and I have never been in pain like that in my life. Couldn't breathe and lay down there in that hospital, and them some bitches would run tests and come back, and it never did help me until just I don't know, it was about 8 or 9 years ago they finally found that shit in us, or maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And finally got some help for it. But brother, you're right. Nerve pain, that is unbelievable. That matter of fact, that gets so bad it don't even hurt no more. You're just sick, and your guts is all knotted up, and you can't stand up. You're just, man, your body just starts shutting down. That is tremendous pain, brother. Yep.
If I don't have,
probably Jennifer.
I can deal with a lot of pain. If I don't have something for this pain, I literally am curled up like a ball in bed, and I cannot get out. I will not take showers. I will not eat.
Yep.
I just cannot fucking move.
Brother, that's what my wife dealt with me for years. I got out of the service, man, and was trying to go to work and shit and be like that. And they'd have to haul me down there to VA in the squad, and they'd give me a shot of, some kind of real strong narcotic, Dilaudid, things like that, and get me straightened up. And then they'd give me pain medicine for 2 or 3 months. I'd take that shit and then run out of it, back down there again. And then that led to just being on a big, long string of real powerful narcotics.
Yeah.
And
to stay out of it.
And they'll kick you out with Dilaudid, the strongest of them all. I mean, that's just it. What they did to the vets, to you guys, it just irritates me to no end because... I mean, Dilaudid, like, might as well get hooked on opium. It would have worked better.
Yeah, I had to get off that on my own too. I come home, my wife, I laid in the bed and went through them withdrawals on that shit because they wouldn't step me down unless I went. I had to leave my family and go down there for 30 days in a drug treatment class. It's going to treat me like a fucking junkie.
And it is intensely.
Well, that one doctor, he said, if you don't think that you're hooked on it, you're going to have a problem. He said, I don't think, my psychiatrist is the one that told me, he said, I don't think you ought to go through that. He said, they're going to he said, that's demoralizing. He said, I deal with a lot of guys that have trouble. He said, because hell, they're in there with veteran inmates and stuff like that. He said, they've got you in there. And I'm like, you got to be shitting me, man. They're going to have me in there in security down there where the trouble's at. And he's like, oh yeah. And I'll say, I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. I'm supposed to be going through a step down thing for legitimately coming off of this pain medication. I went home, man, and my wife helped me through it, and it was bad. Shit, dude.
It's hard. It's hard. You got to have somebody willing to stick by you through it because it will take you up and down and through emotional roller coasters like nothing else.
Just bawling and crying and then mad and angry and then hurting so bad. Have to go get in a bathtub full of hot water and she rubbed she had trouble with her shoulders and wrists and arms and stuff for a couple of months after that happened, from where she, for like 2 solid days, was just rubbing knots out of my back. Man, I can't remember a lot of it, but I remember it was bad. And then,
well, it numbs your soul. It numbs your soul, your feelings, which are the door to your feelings, your emotions, and all of these things. It numbs the pain medications that pharmaceuticals prescribe now. Your soul has to catch up when you come off of it. Thus, the emotional roller coaster. You have to go through. You can't avoid, unless you die. You can't avoid those emotions, though the suppression of them by pharmaceuticals is definitely causes a huge problem. But when you come off of them, you're going to have to go through those emotions, and they will come quickly.
Hey, I think Carla's asking to come on there, Patrick, if you think your internet will handle it. I think she is. Or she's asking
Carla, for sure. And I'm gonna step out if Carla comes in first, please.
And I can bounce too, Patrick.
Yeah, because I'm getting pretty tired. I get tired really easy.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on. I won't be on too much longer either. Yeah, Carla, I just put the link out there. I'm almost at 3 hours, and like I gotta.
It's supposed to be an hour.
I gotta be up in 3 hours. So.
Oh shit.
So here comes Carla. Oh, this is Rick.
Oh shit.
Yep.
So here comes.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and step out and say good night.
Get ready for another 3 hours, Pat.
Me too, Patrick. I'm gonna bounce.
All right, guys. Yeah. Rick, you got something going on with your internet there, guy.
Yeah, he's double feeding.
Thank you guys for coming on. I appreciate it.
Always good to see you, Bolgan.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yep.
You guys are more than welcome. Anytime you're in the chat, you're more than welcome to come on.
Brother.
Aww.
Always good. Appreciate you a lot.
Yeah.
You do
Love
good
you
work
guys.
and you try truth. And that's all we can ask for.
And I'll have my new set tomorrow, so I have to stream tomorrow because the set should be ready to go tomorrow. So
Right on. I will look for you.
yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna look nice.
Take good
That's
care, brother.
exciting. Okay.
All right, see you. See you guys.
Good night, Bullgun.
Night, brother. See you guys.
See you, Malia.
Bye, Algo.
Hey, Carla.
Cheers.
See you,
Bye,
Malia.
bye.
Bye.
It's good talking to you.
Carla, I'm waiting for you to come in. Hey, Doc, what's up? Hey, Ricky, you're gonna have to try to you're gonna have to turn something off because you're having a lot of feedback.
I think he had a double feed going on there. It sounded like a feed from another thing that he had open or something.
Yeah. I don't know where Carla went.
She said, oh crap, it ran away from me here. Where is she typed in.
I'm better now, right?
No, your feed. I can hear myself.
I'm still bad?
Yeah.
All right. Well, never mind then. All right. I'll talk to you later, fellas. I'll be in the chat.
Okay.
She said drop the link again, Pat. She's waiting on a link that must have got too far away from her. She went out and come back in.
Dearest Don says, Rick, you have your TV on. I don't know. Every time Rick comes in here, he's got something going on with his audio. Well, hell, we had a damn good panel tonight, eh?
Yeah, man, that's what I said. I love that when that happens. You can't plan it. You try to put it together in first
And
couple
you were
of lives.
you were just talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Here comes Carla. Hello, Carla.
Hey, kids. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Do I have an echo?
No, you're
No,
coming
sound fine.
good.
Man, yeah, it's a total echo. I don't know. Well, shoot.
We don't hear you echoing.
You sound fine here.
Okay, I jumped out. I had YouTube and StreamYard going, so I should be. Is that better?
Now that's loud.
Oh, is it? Okay, let me turn it down. I must have my audio turned way up. Sorry about that. Can you turn me to that? I don't know if I can do it from. I'm not sure exactly.
You're fine right now. You're fine.
Yeah, you guys were talking about depression and stuff, and I have been for like the last 5 days. I've been overwhelmed. I mean, to the point where I don't know if I'm coming or going. It's like something hit me, and it's like a spiritual. I was trying to explain it. I feel like I'm being spiritually attacked. It's like an oppression, and it's just. It's kicking my ass, and it's not just the physical stuff, because I was in the hospital. I've had all these back surgeries and stuff. I went to my daughter's for 5 days. Horrible experience at the hotel. Getting back, then we drove straight to Tennessee for Photo's funeral, and I was there for a few days. And we drove back, and it's like 9 hours there and 9 hours back, and. Then a couple of days later, after Tonette left my house, I had to go to the hospital. We had to rush me to the hospital. I thought I have never felt pain like that in my life. So, yeah, so I get out of the hospital. I'm doing okay for a few days. And just this depression has come over me. And the news, I mean, it's just sickening. Like, they approved the COVID relief bill, but hidden in there is billions of dollars for abortions.
Yeah.
For COVID relief. Stuff like that. It's just, it's killing me inside. I mean, it really is. And I pray and and I just turn it over to God. And I say, it's so much more than I can handle. I was telling you, a guy I went to school with was in a motorcycle accident Friday. He was on his bike. And on a full dresser, and he was at his top light, and then his light turned green, and so he went and he got T-boned. And they say he died immediately, so it was really bad. Yeah, so yeah, it's been rough, but I don't know if it's like AI or if this is some kind of just an evil spiritual presence. What I'm feeling is real though, and like I don't know if that was you, Vulcan, that was saying that, but it's like half the stuff we say on here is stuff that could have us all put in a straitjacket. But
yes,
we got to talk to somebody about it. What are we gonna do?
I mean, I'm talking about. That's exactly what the high-end psychologist to deal with veterans, combat veterans down there. He sat and told me, he said, when you get to thinking that the rest of the world, is messed up and you're okay. And it's because that's what happens to you. You come back, you're scared and everything, and you're blaming it all on everybody else,
Right.
And then that's when you got to sit down and tell somebody, that's what I was talking about. I was sitting out there in the parking lot. It was Walmart or Rural King there in Gallipolis, and I was sitting there looking around at all them people. And I was just like, man, you're look in the mirror, and I'm like, you're the biggest fuck up I know. Why do you know this and they don't? Why is he talking to you, not them?
Right.
And I was sitting there, I'm like, dude, are you fucking nuts, man? It's all this shit, and then the reinforcement that I've got you guys, and on here.
Yeah, dude, and I can't talk about. I can't say the words, but it sounds like how could I say this? Man-splendored, that thing where people are cutting their body parts off so they can become something else.
Mm-hmm.
So, we've got that. We have, these people running around that they look like beasts. They look like demons. What they do to their body and their hair and I mean, I'm not talking about like people like us, and I'm sure at one point, my grandmother probably thought I looked like a demon, but I mean, there's just, these people are not right. It's like they're not from this planet.
Well, these girls now they file their fingernails. They're real long, and they file them so that they look like chicken claws.
Yeah.
And they're actually sharp, and they're sinister looking.
Oh yeah.
If people are having their teeth filed to points, having inserts put in,
wearing those black contracts.
Yeah, I saw a guy that had gauges in his cheeks, and you could see his freaking teeth in a store one day.
I've seen it too.
Holes in his jaws.
Yeah, I saw a guy one day with master locks in his gauges in his ears. They were so stretched out. They had to be 3 inches long. Here's the earlobes. And he had a master lock in each ear. Can you imagine how much a master lock weighs? Like for your school locker?
It's ridiculous, man. There ain't even a statement being made there other than just excess. The same thing we're talking about, taking more than your share.
Yeah. Well, and I've got a great guy, but we've really been going through a whole lot lately. We live in a really horrible area. It's a nice area, but our nice area is this small little piece of real estate with nothing but insanity around us. I live in my town, Granite City. We have the steel mill and the abortion clinic, and those are the 2 biggest money makers in our town. And, it's just evil. It's like there's more bars than there are churches. And, now that I'm, a big lover of the brick and mortar church, but it's like, I don't know. It's just generation after generation of sick people here. And I just feel it's just dark. It feels dark and empty and alone.
I think there's been more damage done in them churches than in them bars. Honestly.
Oh yeah. Good night, Cammy. Cammy's saying good night, guys. I'm sorry, but you're probably right. You're probably right, Bolt Gun.
They've misled people horribly in there, and it's evident now. It's becoming completely evident now that how bad they've been misled and what they believe. For one thing, the once saved, always saved philosophy. Once they get saved, how they can go on doing what they want. If they want to go in debt buying things that they can't afford and run around acting like somebody they're not, it's okay that poverty thing doesn't apply to them. Not that you have to be in poverty, but instead of going and buying the Cadillac, go get a Caprice Classic. You can haul your family around in and help your neighbor fix his car, or help him buy one so he's got something better or something. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask Pat, what are you doing now? So are you staying in an apartment? Are you still like in a temporary situation, or?
No, I am now in my own apartment. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. I like it a lot. It's very peaceful.
Oh,
I don't
I'm
have
so
to
glad.
deal with anybody.
I'm so glad. I know it's gonna be. I mean, I know it's gonna be a little bit weird being away from, not having roommates and stuff. Because I'm sure that sometimes it's nice to have company, but sometimes I feel like I'm my best company, me and God, when I'm alone. Because so I'm not the best company sometimes.
When you're in pain, you can't be.
No.
I mean, I think that's what ruined, to tell you the truth, a lot of my relationships is, they just, like especially the last one, she just couldn't handle seeing me in pain all the time.
It's taking a toll on me and Tim too. I know it is. I was healthy when we got together. I put on 35 pounds because I can't Well, actually, I'd put on more than 50 pounds when I got that steroid shot before I went to my daughter's and to Photo's funeral. I was blown up. My face looked like a balloon. My fingers were so swollen in my hand, they looked like they were going to pop. They looked like tomatoes, and I couldn't get my rings off. I thought they were going to have to cut my rings off me because they were so tight. Oh, it was horrible. But
Same them steroids do to me.
35 pounds is nothing, girl.
oh, it's
I've
overnight.
gained 100 pounds since my accident.
Yeah,
But
this was like
yeah,
overnight though. So
I hear you. I hear you.
it's hard though. It really is to
Yeah.
That's why I gotta give it to my wife, man. We've been married 29 years now, and
That's
28 of them was like that because we wasn't married no time when I came down with that Persian Gulf syndrome.
Man, what a blessing.
Yeah,
You
it is.
know, I mean,
I
that's
wouldn't,
what
if it
all
wasn't
of
for her,
us
I wouldn't be
dream.
alive.
Well,
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her.
that's
There's
what
no way.
everybody wants, you know. And if something happened to him tomorrow, I would take care of him. You know, I would do everything that I could for him, you know. That's because I love him that much. But, you know, there's a caretaking thing, this thing that I have, and you know, a lot of women have it, and it's men maybe don't have that caretaking
Women are
thing.
natural nurturers, man.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
men, and I'm not trying to generalize because I know there are a lot of men that are really good caretakers out there, but it's just you
Yeah.
know, it's just different. It is, and I know he gets fed up with me hurting all the time, and you know, moaning and groaning, and I try to get up, and I'm like, and every bone in my body pops, and you know.
It's really not. It's no life. It really isn't. It's all your favorite stuff you don't do anymore. It's not even a turn on anymore to.
It's
you-
not.
It changes the way you think. It changes
I
the way you think.
Can I say hi to somebody in the chat, you guys, real quick?
Yeah, no, go for it. Just shout it out.
Long Reach One, I have not been able to talk to you for the last 2 years, probably, because I blocked you, I think, because, oh my gosh, what is his name? I can't even think of his name. Now I just hit it on the tip of my tongue. But you guys were really good friends, and he and I got into an argument, and I think I blocked you. And then I felt really bad because I blocked you, and I couldn't figure out how to unblock you. And we tried and tried and tried. We've been in so many different chats, and so I just want to apologize that I was never able to unblock you. I tried several times, just even recently here, because I'll get that pop up that says someone that you know here, you've blocked someone in this chat room. Oh, there you go. And honey, I'm sorry too. I know he drove me crazy. I apologize that I took it out on you because you're a good lady, but you know, I think my feelings were hurt, and I didn't even know that you guys were together at the time. I just thought you were kind of sticking up for him. So, anyway, I'm sorry about that. I'm glad. Thank you for accepting my apology, sweetie. So. Anyway, I love you too, Brenda. I am. So anyway, I didn't mean to come in and steal the show, but I just want to let you guys know that I get it. And
That's what this show is all about. Is for anybody who wants to say something. You know, that's what this is all about.
Oh, well.
Yeah. And I haven't talked to you for a while, and I apologize for that.
No, honey, it's fine. I'm in Facebook jail. I've been in Facebook jail for a while now. There were a couple of things, but the thing that got me thrown off was, I can't think what his name is. The head of the CIA, the guy that said he's ashamed to be a white man, Bob. I can't. He was the head of the CIA a while back. I can't think of his name right now. Anyway, I told him I was ashamed he was a white man too, and gave me gave me a week for that. And I don't know, I had like 3 days before that too. So I'm in Facebook jail. I'm always in there. So
Yeah, it
that's
ain't hard.
nope. And I've been sleeping all kinds of weird hours because I'm taking all this. I've gotten off the antidepressants they gave me in the hospital. I only took those for a few days, so I didn't like build up. I didn't get addicted to them in a few days. I just got rid of them. And then I stopped taking gabapentin. Which
Boy, that
really,
That's what
that's
I'm
a
on.
bad one right there, man. That
That's
gabapentin
what
makes
I'm
me.
on now.
Yeah, that
Dude.
stuff always made me lethargic. It's hard to think. It's
It
hard to
is.
figure shit out. Complex stuff, like working on a gun or something like that,
Forget
man.
a lot of shit. I forget.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, that
Rick,
gabapentin is horrible, man.
it is. It makes me, like you said, like you'll start to say something, you're like, man, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It happens all the time,
Yeah.
constantly. It's like you have a brain fart all day long and you can't have even a normal conversation. And people look at you like, are you getting Alzheimer's?
Yeah, that's what they keep telling me. They're afraid that that's what I'm coming down with, and I'm like, no, because I could be talking to somebody, and they'll say something, and 5 more minutes into the conversation, I'll ask them a question about something, and they said, yeah, I just said that 5 minutes ago, and I'm like, they're like, aren't you listening to me?
I know.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just not remembering.
I
But
got
that gabapentin works good for neuropathy.
That's
You know what? I started getting it for restless leg syndrome years and years ago, and I took it when I was young. And then they put me on 1,800 milligrams a day.
Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, it's 600 milligrams a time, 3 times a day. And they're trying anything they can to keep me off of opiates. Everybody they don't want you on opiates at all. And I haven't. I hadn't been on opiates for.
They act like I'm a fucking crack addict or something.
Oh yeah, that's how they treat you. Well, I was off of them for 2.5 years, and then I go in and they put me on Dilaudid, so I was on Dilaudid like every 2 hours, and then of course I went to 3 hours and 4 hours, and they were giving me oxycodone 5 while I was in the hospital. My pain was so bad that I was praying that somebody would cut my arms off. I know I've told you this before, but when you wish somebody would come in with a chainsaw and just cut your arms off because your hands are on fire and it's like sharp, hot as a poker knife digging into your flesh and all that. It's just miserable. It's horrible. And so then they just come in and they're like, okay, we're cutting you off everything. And they didn't want me to, Rick said it made him gain weight too. Yeah, that and the steroids. But so they sent me home with nothing. And so I went back to my doctor and got on Tramadol, which is, basically, yeah. They're still addictive, but I don't ever have any kind of like a withdrawal from them. If I don't have them for weeks
They
or
say
whatever.
they take the fucking pain meds away because people were abusing them. People were dying from them. There was too many side effects. I tell you, I'd be doing a lot more better on fucking pain meds than I would all this other bullshit that they're trying to put me on.
Well, I don't know that I would. I do have an addictive personality, and
I do too. I'm not denying that. But the gabapentin is helping with my pain, but it is making me very forgetful and other shit going on.
Well, you know what's done? They've taken everybody off all these pain meds, and the people that used to be on pain meds are, they're going out on the streets and buying that crap now. And they're getting the
people that actually legitimately need it can't get it now. Yeah,
right.
There are people that need it. You do get to
yeah.
a level. I mean, because there's people out there with cancer and stuff like you.
Oh
got
yeah.
wrong with you and stuff like that, where it's going to take a narcotic to take care of the pain. There is such
Yeah.
a thing as that too, you know.
I am gonna try
And
CBD
of
though.
course, you're going to be addicted to it if you need it every fucking day for pain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm addicted.
Yeah.
If that's what you want to call me addicted, I'm addicted.
Yeah. Well, I would tell him I'm not addicted. Oh, see, there goes that word. It was on the tip of my tongue. I'm dependent. I'm not addicted. You know what I mean? Because I know that I can quit. I know that I can. It's not going to kill me. I'm not going to die. You know, this is what I said back in December 2018 when I quit. I'm not, but I'm dependent on it just to function. I was dependent on it, but
Right.
but I was able to quit. You know, it wasn't something that, you know, I was dependent or addicted to for the rest of my life. You know, and when I told my doctor, yeah, because we had talked about it and told my doctor, yeah, I'm dependent on it. And she's like, well, you know, we're just going to have to take you off this, Carla. And I'm like, what? I told you something, and, you know, being honest that, you know, my body hurts all the time and I don't know how to, you know, and when you're on opiates for a certain amount of time, your body builds up a tolerance to it. And so all those pain receptors, they're used to getting this, you know, this little amount of opiate, and every time you turn around, you need a little bit more and a little bit more. And when you don't have them, that time becomes shorter and shorter and shorter, you know, that you need a pill. So say you take one at 9 o'clock and it used to be 4 hours later. Well, now you need one in 3 hours instead of 4 hours, or now you need one in 2 hours instead of 3 hours. And otherwise you're screaming in pain, you know?
That's the same pattern that I went through. I started out on a dose of them that was every 8 hours. And then when I'd go to the doctor and say, hey, I'm starting getting pain after, 4 or 6 months of that, then it was every 6, and then it was every 4 hours. And then it was to the next size pill, back up to like 6 hours or something.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Then the next thing you know, after 10 years of doing that, you're taking the maximum dose of oxycodone. I think
that's what I was doing, Rick. And it was exactly, almost exactly 10 years to the day. I mean, within, a week or so that I was on them when I decided to quit.
That's the same with me. I was on them about 10 years, and I was down there at the VA, and I was having trouble with them. They was telling me I could get my prescription, but I had to have a drug test first. But the drug test closed at 4 o'clock, and it was 4:30. And I'm standing there, I'm like, so you're standing here telling me that I can't get my prescription? And I said, I'm out, and I'm going to have to go all weekend in pain. And she goes, no, I'm not telling you can't get your prescription. And I'm like, well, if I can't go take my drug test because it's closed, how am I going to get my prescription? And she goes,
I got to get up for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Ow. I don't know if you could hear that or not, but that was me saying, ow, 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 ow.
Oh, yeah,
trying to get out of my chair. Yeah, it's like, but yeah, it's a mess. And it's causing depression in my life. And I think my boyfriend's super depressed. He's, he goes in. I don't have any problem with him going out to be and hanging out with his buddies, but it's nice outside, and he wants to get out and do stuff that I just can't do. Like, there's no way I can go four-wheeling in the Jeep with my back the way that it is. There's no way that I can, we got a big boat, and he likes to take it on the river and go fast and, jump the waves. He's got a nice big old 24-foot bass boat. And so he wants to go do all that stuff, and that's stuff that I just can't do. There's just so much, that he likes to do. So he goes off with his buddies and he does stuff, and then I'm alone. And so I build up a resentment, I guess. I feel like I want to do something. It's not my fault that it's not his fault that I can't do this stuff. But at the same time, I'm just a little aggravated, so it just makes me sad. I don't know. I don't want his life to be controlled by it, but But anyway, it's causing problems for us, and I love him to death. He's a good man, but he didn't sign up for this shit. But when you get to be our age, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know there's people out there that are super healthy that are my age probably, but I don't know too many of them.
Yeah, not many.
I think our generation got the worst of everything.
Oh man, we got vaccinated, medicated to death.
Oh yeah.
I mean, gee, many Christmas, dude. They had us. I remember being in school and bringing them papers home. It was every year. They come in there, it seemed like with some kind of vaccination, you had to go down the basement, and the school nurse would come and give it to you. You had to take them papers home and sign them.
You just said exactly what I was going to say, Bulka. They had this great big gun, and it looked like it looked like a real gun, and they put it
looked
in
like
your.
that one Star Trek, the one they shot up with, had a bottle on top of it, and it was that phaser looking thing. And it was a big antique looking wood box, man.
And when they shot you with it, it sounded like that. Remember those old remote controls that went ka-chunk, ka-chunk?
Yeah,
ka-chunk?
sound like a big
That's what it
relay.
sounded like.
Yeah, it's an electric solenoid like on the starter of your car.
Yeah, that's exactly. Oh my God, I remember hurting so bad from that thing. It was horrible.
Yeah, and then then one kids would flinch and it'd slice them real deep too, man.
Really?
Yeah, because that thing shot a jet of that liquid under real high pressure.
Wow.
It pierced your skin with that. And then they give you that thing, it'd scar you.
Yeah, that's what I got. It was the booster shot, they called it.
Yeah, I remember stuff. I remember people getting sick and having to go home, puking all over the place. And it's the same way when I went through my vaccinations and we went in boot camp down there at Parris Island, man. And they had these rubber mats that's about 6 inches thick laid all over the floors in there. And you walk down through and they're shooting arms. And there's some guys that they take a couple of steps off into that line and just fall flat on their face on them mats. And they take everybody outside and put them in the shade. And guys would be puking and stuff. Some guys, they said there were some guys have seizures and stuff.
My son had problems when he came home from Afghanistan. They told him he had some kind of a bacterial infection or something. And I know it's from all those shots that they gave him when he died. That has to be what it is. And they told him that he couldn't, he had an honorable discharge, but then they were going to put him out on a medical because of the so-called bacteria or something. So then when he is when he'd done his 4 years and he was just about to get out, and they told him he was going to have to take a medical because of this bacteria or whatever, they said, you'll never be able to serve in the reserves. You'll never get called back. They changed their mind at the last minute. They said, oh, no, you're fine. There's nothing wrong with you. I'm like, I don't know what they put in my kid, but it did mess him up. I mean, he had some real issues when he came home. He's okay now, but it's been 10 years since he came home. So,
yeah, my oldest boy served in Afghanistan, and he goes down to VA. He's got some problems, and it's from probably the vaccinations.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what all that stuff does in the long run. Who knows if they're giving him something to make him infertile? I mean, I don't know. Because him and his wife are having problems having a baby now. So, I mean, you just don't know. That's just stuff that you will never find out. They would never be disclosed that the Army's been, maybe every 10th guy or something, they give him a shot to make him infertile or something. I don't know. But I mean, that's how evil this world is that we live in. It's just crazy. And Pat, I mean, just like you with your CPAP, how long did it take you to get your CPAP machine?
I still haven't got it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that should be priority. That should be priority.
And the insurance company will not pay for another one.
Wow.
And so basically where we're at right now, Red Cross doesn't have the money they don't buy stuff like that. And so basically where I'm at right now, I just got a letter from Red Cross to give to my doctor to give to the insurance company. I have to get a police report of the fire to give to my doctor to give to the insurance company. I have to get, I already have the records from the fire department to give to my doctor to give to the insurance company to prove that there was a fire, to prove that I lost everything.
Oh my gosh. You know, and if they don't give it to you, man, you need to find out if you can get like a
brand new one is between $2,000 and $5,000.
Oh, I know how much they are. Yeah, you can get it. You can get a used one online, on eBay. I've seen them on there 100 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you go on eBay,
That's
you can find
surprising
some.
because it's against the law to sell medical equipment like that.
People do it all the time.
I'll tell you that's something. That's something you got to watch buying used too, man.
Yeah.
Because those things get. I was on one of them before I lost a bunch of weight, and those things would get nasty if you don't take care of it.
Yeah.
They used to the company where I was to get the machine from. They used to sell refurbished CPAP machines, but since COVID, now they don't do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, about that. Yeah. Geez. Man, it's just.
I mean,
you lose something, you lose everything. You lost everything, and it's amazing that you just been able to bounce back like you have. It's such a blessing. I mean, you know,
everybody has been so awesome. I have never experienced this the way everybody has been.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so grateful for everybody that's helped, that has already donated, and people have even donated like furniture. And yesterday, I got donated a whole bedroom set.
Oh, that's so great!
Good, awesome.
Yeah, that's wonderful, man.
So they the guy who donated it. He even brought it over and set it up for me.
Wow.
And it's a big wooden, it's an old wooden, it's got the wooden backboard with the big wooden dresser with the wooden mirror on it and everything.
Right. Like the 1980s furniture, the big solid thick.
Yeah, it's a very
I
nice,
love that furniture. I always have.
very nice bedroom set, and it's got this big thick foam mattress.
Cool.
So it's perfect for my back because it doesn't give way. It's kind of hard. But yeah, no, people have been so awesome.
Yeah. There's a lot of really, really good people in this community. And I'm going to say 75% of us are decent, good-hearted people. There's a lot of people out there that I don't think that much of, but I mean, you guys see who I'm hanging around with. I kind of like hanging around in these smaller chats now where I don't want to be part of the big show. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of happy hopping in every now and then. Still wanting to do that thing with following after Jesus Christ, Sean and Machine Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
So wanting to get together with them and do something and have a show. We've been talking about it for a while.
Have you been thinking about having maybe another 24-hour go at it once you're feeling better?
I would love to. I think that would be so cool.
I definitely want to make it. I want to do it, and I so apologized when I missed. I missed for a very good reason. I know. I was in so much pain. There's no way I
know.
could do it.
Oh, well, buddy, everything kept getting mixed up because your photo came on. That was a big surprise.
Yeah.
So, and he was on for like 3 hours. So the whole schedule, everything got wonky. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was trying to talk to people like, well, photo's going to be on for a while, so you can sit back, in the background, but you're not going to be able to stop him from talking. Once he,
Yeah, once he got rolling, it was on, man.
right. So, but I feel so blessed. I mean, he did a couple of other interviews after that, but I had him for 3 hours, and it was just so good to have him for that time. I still had that video K-made for me. But yeah, it's just going back and watching it again. It's really good. We're talking about trying to get together, all of us, this summer, so we can kind of celebrate his life, because when we were there, it was a lot of sadness. I mean, we try to make the best of it, but, just to go out there and kind of do something to celebrate him and what he did for this community and stuff like that. So we're talking about maybe getting together this spring or summer and all of us going in on an Airbnb and maybe sitting around and having like some worship service at nighttime around the campfire and barbecuing and
sounds like fun.
So that's that thing.
Yeah, I'd be up for that. Like I said, I ain't too nuts about the stuff that's going on now for the flat earth and everything to get together.
Oh yeah. There's no, go ahead. I didn't cut you off, Volkan. I'm sorry. What's your real name? What's Volkan's real name?
My name's Andy Wood.
Andy. Okay,
Yep.
Andy. Well, Andy. Yeah, I'm the same way. All the Mandela effect and all the flat Earth and everything. I think it's great, and I think it's great that people have those channels to go to. That are just learning about it. But I feel like I'm in a different place in my life now.
Yeah, I do too. You move on once you figure it out.
Yeah.
I can't figure out why all these people are stalling out there. And then you hear Mandela effect again. And they're not talking about the new things that are Mandela affected. They're talking about the relativity of whether the Mandela effect still exists or not. And I'm like, oh, holy crap, man. If you don't still doing this, that's proven. There's way too much proof already.
Right.
And I get to looking at that, and then when I start seeing the amounts of money handled, when you start looking at how many people participate and what they're charging for a ticket, I dropped it right there. I'm like, I'll have nothing to do with that. I will not.
I don't. Yeah. I really, it's just not my thing. It's not my bag. What Austin Power says, it's not my bag, baby, or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just giving my reason why I don't participate. I'm not bad mouthing anybody. I'm just saying it wouldn't be. I wouldn't do it that way. It'd be from the heart. It'd be for the good of the people to spread the truth and the true gospel, and there'd be no profit involved in that.
Yeah, well, and that's where I'm trying to keep my focus and my thoughts is, on God, and when I step away from that, my life turns to shit really quick. I mean, all it takes is me, like Facebook, getting into a political argument or some family stuff or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it can turn to shit just like the snap of the finger.
I totally agree. My life was completely changed around once I seriously took Jesus Christ into my heart. I thought I had him in my heart most of my life, but I really didn't.
Hey, check the timestamp 3:33:33. I see it every time, man.
Usually I'm seeing it. I didn't see it. I didn't notice it that time.
I can't.
I'm the 111.
Yep, I see that a lot too. I had
111.
That thing happened to me, man. I would wake up and look at the alarm clock, and it'd be 3:33, and I did that for like 10 days. Like I said, and I got down on my knees. It's like, man, what's going on, God? That was a revelation. And I think that I woke up like that and saw 3:33 on the clock for 33 days. I didn't.
Wow.
But it was over a month. It ever didn't miss one night. And it was 3:33 when I woke up and looked at the clock.
Andy, is there a bunch of oh shoot, who was I just talking to? Oh, Bit of Venom, or Long Reach one. Oh no, it's Bit of Venom said there's a lot of trolls. Are there a lot of trolls in there? I have so many people blocked on YouTube, you guys. I just don't make a real good moderator anymore because once somebody gets me in that mood, I don't need to listen to them. I don't need to talk to them. I don't need to hear the garbage they're spreading. But so Bit of Venom said there's a bunch of trolls. So I don't know if you guys are seeing them at all. If they're out there, I've already blocked them. Woohoo! So
I haven't seen anybody either.
Really?
Doing anything. Yeah.
Well, good. I'm sorry, I'm vaping, guys. So yeah, I'm so happy for you, Pat. That's a good thing. I just tonight I just felt like I really need to be around some people that where I could get some kind of positive thing. I don't know why oh, my Algo leaves. That's twice he's done that when I've tried to get in your chat. Me and Algo get along fine. I'm like, is he mad at me? Does he not want to be on? I felt bad. I'm like, what did I do? I wanted him to stick around. I've never been in the same. Oh, did he? I've never been
Yeah,
on
he
the
said
same.
he's tired, hon, and he just got out to make room for you. He's
He's so sweet. He's such a good guy. He's one of the most humble people I think that I mean, really, do you listen to the guy because he's really, really smart.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's not that
pleasant.
snooty
Yeah,
kind of smart. It's that, pleasant. He's a pleasant.
He's pleasant to listen to. He's well spoken and well versed. I don't want to call him a storyteller and anybody take it wrong, but he's got a very pleasant, interesting way of giving information out to everybody. He keeps you interested. He keeps you on edge. Or
yeah, he definitely does, and it's
he's a good dude.
Yeah, you never really hear any kind of sarcasm, any kind of you just don't. I don't know. I've just always liked Algo. I've been watching him. Well, Algo was always in Jay Chris's chat, way back in the day. So like 4 years ago or even longer than that. Him and Brenda and Shappy were all in there, and I would go in there as much for the chat for those videos as I would to listen to Jay Chris. But I don't know if you ever listened to Jay Chris, you guys. 444.
No.
I don't know if he's still got a channel or not. He might have gotten kicked off. So, and they're kicking everybody off. You'll be next, Pat. Gotta watch saying them words. The words we're talking about.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be long with them Google moderators in there nailing the moderators. They was doing that all day, or I guess they said they started it last night, and I know they nailed me 5 times in Voyages today. And one time I just said, I enjoy grandkids because you can take them home when you get tired of them, and they freaking deleted it.
Who deleted it? One of his moderators?
The Google moderators are in there now on us as on the moderators that's in the chat. They're moderating the moderators. Yeah, if you say a cuss word or something they don't like, they'll nail you. But I was getting nailed today for stuff that was just an opinion. There was nothing nasty in it. There was nothing degrading. No cuss words. Nothing. No slight or anything. And they take it down. And then I'd type in there, fuck YouTube moderator or fuck Google moderator and stuff like that. And hell, it'd go through.
Really? Huh? And it's funny. I mean, I don't know what the deal is with the grandkids thing, but they let these perverted these men with these videos of these little kids, little boys dressed up like women, strip teasing, and just disgusting stuff. There's so much vile, disgusting stuff.
Dude, like that damn TV show. what was that freaking TV show called? They finally got that taken off. What the hell was that called? Cuties?
Oh yeah, that was a movie that came out. They made it in.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think they made it. I don't know if it was India or where it was, or somewhere in Africa or something. Yeah, I only saw a couple of previews of it, and it's like there's no way. That's Netflix for you, though. I mean, look who's running Netflix, pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we know who's got biggest interest in Netflix now, and he used to be a president, but we won't say his name because that'll probably get me locked out here. So.
Yeah, Doc Michael, you're right, man, and that's what I told that. I said in that chat, I said I told whoever that moderator was, I said, I'm telling you right now, I can promise you one thing: there is a day coming when I'm going to have my hands literally around your neck, and you're going to be out in the field with me. You're pulling this shit right now, and I'm telling you right now, with what I feel is going on, I think that the good Lord will place you right in my hands, out in the field with me. You're going to be in my environment, brother. Because it's just what I said about the grandkids, it was just a joke. You know how your kids, people was in there, he's talking about their children, they still had kids at home.
Right.
And, you can't do nothing with them. Hell, you're stuck with them, man. Grandkids are awesome, dude. Because they're real fun, and when you get tired of them, you load them up in that car seat, take them back home, and drop them off. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. It was just a joke. We don't do that. It's just a joke. And they nailed me on that.
Oh, they want to nail you for something. You've said something.
To piss me off.
Yeah,
they were intentionally trying to piss me off because it was innocuous. It was just speech. Just sitting there talking to everybody.
Yeah, there is no such thing as free speech on YouTube.
There's no free speech in the United States anymore. I mean, the things that the words and the things that are being censored now are just ridiculous. It's horrible. When you live in a world where you got to think about, okay, here's the biggest controversy this week. Mr. Potato Head is no longer going to be Mr. Potato Head. It's just going to be Potato Head.
I hate even fucking hearing about this, man. That shit is driving. I can't stand to hear that shit. What's this all the other freaking thing I just saw that they're taking down because, California is trying to pass legislation right now that will have department stores sued if they've got boys and girls sections.
Oh no!
Yep.
Oh my God!
That's the newest thing that my wife just told me to come across back there on the feed.
How about this thing? That's ridiculous.
And there's something else that needs to be. What man doesn't want a full woman, a grown woman, that's filled out, man, that's got hips and breasts and stuff? What in the world attracts a man to a little girl like that?
Yeah.
I don't get that at all, man. It's possession.
A little boy.
Okay. Yeah, that's possession, man. It has to be
demonic.
Yes, demonic possession. It absolutely has to be, because I don't see. There's nothing appealing to that. You know what I'm talking about? But for a man to be sexually attracted to
children,
a young girl, a woman, it's not a woman.
And they're trying to push it and make it normal. And you look at all these stars in Hollywood. Half of them, they're raising their children as the opposite sex. They're trendsetters. And you don't even know if it's their children, where these kids came from. Half of them are adopted. Like they pick up they adopt little kids from Africa, and then they bring them over here. Now, if that kid would have been in Africa, there is no way that child would have grown up and decided to be a woman.
Right. That's a child trafficking thing anyway. They've proven them kids are being taken from their families and brought over here and done who knows. Oh man, daggone it. Hey, you talk about you talk about the streets going crazy in this country. What's it going to be like here in 15, 20 years when these kids their minds are being damaged, dude? I mean, they're literally having their minds screwed up. What's the streets going to be like? What are you going to be seeing in the streets then? Look at what we're seeing now.
I was watching John Pounders and David Carrico on Midnight Ride. I don't know if you guys ever catch that show.
Yep,
I love them guys. Well, they did a show called The Drag Queen Wars. Now it's like maybe a year and a half old or something, and it's not in the Bible, but it was a famous author back during biblical times, like around the time of Paul, or John, or so he anyway, he wrote this book about ancient Israel and Rome and everything that was going on. He was a historian, and there's this book, and I cannot think of his names, but you need to go back and do a search on this. It sounds so much like Antifa and this transgender wars thing. What they were doing you have to see this video. If you like those guys, look it up. It's called The Drag Queen Wars. And this is a real, true story. These men were going into these towns in Israel, and they were dressed up like women, and they did it all the time. They were transgendered, and it's like an army of them. And they would paint their faces up like women, and they all had long hair, grew their hair long. And, the guy describes in detail what they would do to make themselves appealing to men, and they looked like men and they lived like men, and some of them were eunuchs, with that, what that means. So their voices were higher, and because they're castrated. But they would go into these towns and just kick in a door and cut open a woman just from sternum all the way down, and they were beheading people, and they were killing little children and throwing their organs out in the street. They were trying to kill all the women, and they were seducing the men and taking everything that they could from these men, and they destroyed an entire country, basically. I mean, there were hundreds and thousands of these drag queens. They weren't called that back then, but it's a real story. I know it sounds insane. Let me see if I can send you a link real quick.
While I was over in Okinawa, there was a Marine that got locked up for life over there because one of those they called them he/she girls.
Yeah,
and they looked just like a woman.
Yeah,
and then that guy found out that it was a man he'd been kissing all over and everything, and he beat his brains out with a flower pot out in the alley somewhere, just smashed his head, killed him. So he got charged for
there
murder.
it is. Thank you so much. Hey, Doc, can you post it? Okay, there it is. Now you see TV. You guys, Doc Michael posted it, The Ancient Drag Queen and the Fall of Jerusalem. And it'll tell you the name of this author. I mean, it's like a real thing. It's a real guy. And that is probably one of the most interesting Now You See TVs that you'll ever watch. The most interesting Midnight Rides. I mean, it's just bizarre because it's like what's going on now. The way that they're building an army of these things. They don't have souls. They're soulless, and they're, and these Antifa people, look at how they beat on old people, and I think we lost Pat.
He's back.
Okay.
Yeah. The fucking computer almost went down. I was trying to look up that drag queen thing.
Yeah, if you can bookmark it. Or I can send it to you on Facebook, huh?
I seen that thing Jennifer's talking about, that mom forces toddler to read gay BC book, T is for trans.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's horrible, man. That little kid sitting there.
Oh, it's so horrible. Patrick. I'm trying to find you on Facebook, sweetie. There you are. All right, I'm gonna send it to you now.
God warns adults not to corrupt the little ones.
No, oh my God. You know, and we are responsible for their souls. So if you, I mean, you're responsible for that child's soul. If you lead your child down a path like that, you know, you'll burn in hell for that.
Oh man,
You're not going to be forgiven for destroying a baby's life.
I think
You
there's a
know,
special place in hell for people that mess with them kids, man.
I do too. I pray there is.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and the numbers have changed so much. They say, you know, they used to say that it was like 50% of girls and 20% of boys have had some kind of, you know, child molestation or something by the time they're 18. Now it's like 70% for girls and 50% for boys. Who the
Yeah.
hell is doing this? Who is doing this? And how could you? How could you
There's
dare?
a lot of that. There's a lot of that shit going on in the churches.
Churches, Hollywood, Washington, D.C., anywhere there's
Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts,
oh,
anything, just about anything organized.
This is definitely Satan's world.
it is.
Yeah.
And you, I mean, and you guys, I know you guys are like me. You feel like something shifted somewhere. This
Yeah.
is not the same place that we were 20 years ago. And it's not just because the times have changed. Something has changed with people, and they're less than human now. And I just really don't think that it's a natural occurrence. I just think that there's no way that people could be as inherently evil as they are without there being some kind of outside influence. And I don't mean, you know, lack of parenting or anything like that. I think something evil, something demonic. God, you know, I think, well, you know what?
Like a
I
big
guess
spell over this whole world. Either that or God is left and Satan has a goal. His time is short and he's been let loose and he's reigning right now.
oh, it's so sad. You know, I just know I just know that he won't stand for this much longer. Um, oh, I just got a message from Catherine. I guess she's off here. I don't see her now. But Jennifer, it is exactly it. I think that, you know, I mean, we were given free will, and man has taken advantage of free will, and we've corrupted our flesh. This thing, what's going on with all of this fetal tissue being in foods that we eat, and sodas that we drink, and these monster drinks, and I mean, supposedly the fetal tissue is like in tons and tons of food. That's, if you look it up, whatever it is, the same stuff that they're putting in these vaccines. I mean, how can they do that to us? Force us to? Yeah, I mean, if people don't know, they don't know. If people don't have the internet, they don't know. You know, if people, you know, it's not something that mainstream media is talking about. It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be such a negative. You look like you're about ready to pass out again, Pat.
Yeah, I gotta get up in 2 hours, so and we're 8 minutes shy of 4 hours, so
Wow.
I'm definitely cutting her off at 4 hours.
I hear you, hon. Well, thank you for letting me run my mouth, and I'll let you say goodbye to everybody.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome anytime, Carla.
Yeah, I just needed to talk to some people tonight. I guess I want to be around people that I know love me. So,
Yes, and that we do.
I know. I love you guys too. All right.
Anytime, man.
I'm gonna go, guys. I might open up myself here in a few minutes after the show's over. So, all right. I love you. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Have a good night.
Good
All
night.
right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So thanks for coming on, Mokan. I appreciate you.
Hey, brother, thanks for having me, man.
If you want to say any last things to the chat, you're more than welcome.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely in times like no other. It's the craziest things I've ever seen going on. Like I said, I think at this mask wearing and this fighting over this vaccine, and they got everybody against each other between Biden and Trump and everything, and just got everybody turning on each other. And I think it's just mass distraction. Absolutely all of it is away from what's actually going on. And I think it's that the AI being moved in, becoming the beast system. And I think what we're seeing going on in the chat here in the rooms where the actual wrenched moderators are having just innocuous statements taken down is the literal beginning of this AI. Is that I don't think that's a person that's sitting there doing that. It's too quick, man. I mean, that's instant. And they're what they call gleaning, covering every letter that's typed, sequenced. And if it isn't put together,
I never
put together in the truth, they're nailed. But I think why everybody's worried about these masks and talking about the Mandela effect and that we already know is established and going over this stuff, that there's a really big move being made by the dark side. And I guess that's what I'd like to say. Just beware of the distraction. I mean, we're talking about these masks and stuff like that, but I think there's something really a lot bigger going on.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. Jennifer says I didn't say anything wrong. They did to me a few minutes ago. Oh, we have them in here tonight, huh?
Oh, Jennifer got hit by one of the Google moderators.
Yeah,
moderator in here.
Yeah, a few minutes ago. This is just how compliant we are. Carlos said this is to see how compliant we are.
Yeah, they're sticking their toe in the water. That's the one thing that they did get out of the masks, but is they know that how many Jiminy Christmas, man, I go to town, it's 99.5%. It'd be we're in a store, there's probably 100 people in there, and me and my wife's the only ones that don't have them on, and maybe another Amish guy. You know what? That's 99.5% or something.
I've even seen more of them.
97%.
I'm even seeing more people drive their cars with the fucking things on.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
you see a few here and there. Now you see it all the time.
Brother, about 6 months ago, man, I was going down 325 over here, and there was an Amish boy, man, in a one-horse buggy with a mask on, come down the road, and I like to shit. Because they ain't very many of them will wear them. The old order won't. The Mennonites do. But being inside that buggy all by himself with nothing but that horse out there in the middle of the damn road, wearing that mask, and just, man, that's just a sign that it's the beginning of the damn end. When you see shit like that, there's no doubt about it. And all of this that got talked about tonight, man, these kids being abused the way they are, men being attracted to children sexually, the government, the lies, the energy, the lack of being connected to the earth, being 6 foot away from each other, the AI taking over. What is going on? It's about all of that together, and we're talking about evil is taking over.
Right.
We know what's going to happen. But
Right,
that's what it's all of it together, man. Hell, it ain't no one or two things.
Right.
Well, Patrick,
all
you
right.
need to get up, brother.
Yeah, you guys have a good night, or you have a good night. I will see you tomorrow night. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night.
Oh
But,
yeah, man. I'm interested in seeing what you got because I'm kind of wanting to put the same thing together. Have me a little
yeah,
thing back there
I'm
with some
gonna.
kind of background.
It's all Rationally's idea in her head, but she was trying to think of how I would want it to be, and I'm liking how it's turning out so far. I mean, I really like it. So,
Good.
I think you guys all like the new background. Yeah, it'll be my stable background from now on.
Hey man, did they ever figure out what caused that fire?
No, they can't. The fire report. The fire report came back and it said undetermined.
I bet you anything it had to do with that rubbing alcohol, because that's one thing, man. That shit don't leave no hydrocarbons behind. When alcohol burns, it produces its own oxygen.
Yeah,
I got to thinking about that later because we ran them race cars, man. And when you have an alcohol fire, there's
asked him about that, and he said there wasn't enough signs of the rubbing alcohol being around, and I'm like,
there wouldn't be.
The
shit evaporates and leaves nothing. That's why you can pour that shit out on glass and it'll evaporate and leave. There's nothing left behind, man. Fuck.
Oh wow.
But when you said they was running around throwing that rubbing alcohol all over the place, well, hell, the fumes off of that shit, man, gas hot water heaters and pilot lights and anything. That was a real bad idea, man. And then you said the place burnt the hell down. I'm like, well, it ain't no freaking wonder, man.
I was telling her that shit's not going to work, and on top of it, this is not a good idea. They got rid of
the fucking bed bugs, didn't they?
She tried to spray my sheets down, and I said, "What?" I hit her. I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing? Get the hell out of my room!"
Oh man, people were freaking stupid, man. All right, brother, I'm gonna get out of here, man. Thanks for having me, brother.
All right, take care.
Yep. Hey, good night, everybody in the chat, man. Had a good time in here. We'll see you tomorrow night, hopefully. Good night.
All right, guys. Can you link your channel, Carla? Oops. Trying to get this off here. Okay, it's going to play games with me now. All right. Yo. I appreciate it. What the heck is going on with this thing? Wow, my computer's like really running slow, guys. And I don't know why I have no tabs open. All right, so thank you coming tonight, guys. And like I said, everybody that donated to me, your names are still in the bucket. And anybody who donates in the future, I'll put your name in the bucket. But in 3 weeks, I show my appreciation. We are going to have a drawing this time instead of the Shaw. I haven't figured out what the prizes are going to be, but I want to try to get at least 3 to 5 prizes to draw for you guys. So with that, tomorrow hopefully we'll get to see my background studio type thing. So with that, I hope you guys had fun tonight, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Love you guys, and stay vigilant.